Nomad at Night, starring the one and only Nomad.
Yo, no maniacs and super no maniacs. Welcome into the show. This is some extra sauce with the boys, and this is a very special show. We're gonna have hours of Bears content that we're gonna do all evening long, and there's a reason why we don't do shows every day, because when we do shows, we give you your money's worth and give you 3-4 hours worth of content and things like that. Man, we got some good stuff planned for tonight. This is an action-packed show. And this is a special one indeed, because our boy, Trips is back in the building, man. And I'm talking about in a real way, as a MF'er in the kitchen is back full time here. We'll be doing that. I'll let him explain to you guys that, but he committed to wanting to continue that segment of the show, and I appreciate him. We appreciate him for willing to commit to that, man, because a lot of people, I told Trips, I don't know how many times, man, people have been saying stuff to me since he stopped doing that segment on the show. Like, hey, when are we going to get MF'er in the kitchen again? When are we going to get MF'er in the kitchen again? I can't count how many times people have said that to me. And so back by popular demand is our boy MF'er in the kitchen, man. And he's going to do his thing tonight. I think Trips can correct me when he gets on. I think he's doing a special Super Bowl party dip. I think that's what he's got in mind, but I might be wrong. He could have something going on that I didn't know about and he didn't tell nobody about, but you never know with him, man. So I just appreciate him and glad he's back on to do that for the No Maniacs and Super No Maniacs. It's about to be a fun ass show. I'll just tell you that much, man. We spent a lot of time producing this show. Shout out to Kids for making sure we did some pre-production stuff, got it done. We all just trying to get together and trying to put our skill sets together and try to come up with whatever we can come up with, you know what I mean? And it turned out okay, man. I think we're all, basically trying to fill in a big hole that I got Chris left out here, and we're just trying to do our best to make it work and do what it does, man. So I definitely appreciate Trips, Kids, man. These are my brothers. I ain't gonna tell y'all the story that was going on first thing this morning about Trips not hollering at me, but he had stuff going on, and he made me have a panic attack about it. But we'll leave that to Trips if he wants to speak about that. But I'm going to pass it on to my guy, the Canuck, for some pleasantry before we kick the show off.
Hey, that's me. But, yeah, man. I'm going to start this thing off with the realest of pleasantries of them all. He just gave it. I'm going to give it again. Big love, big shout-outs, and rest in peace, rest in power to our guy, Chris Washington. Huge void left here when you left the mortal coil, and big shoes to fill, man. And I've kind of been jumping in, and Nomad been jumping in, and J2K was jumping in. A lot of folks, a lot of help, a lot of support over the past year. Big shout outs to the dude as well. Hopefully everything is well with your family, man. I know that you're out there, doing the darn thing as well. But man, a lot of production work went into play over the course of the last couple of days, and had to put my production hat on and do some things, and I think we came out better for it. So I'm pleased with some of the work that we've done, and you guys will get to see a little bit of that today, and hopefully you guys like it too. But I chefed up today myself. I chefed up some some pasta with the red sauce, some butterfly pasta or bow tie pasta, depending on what you want to call it. It was dope. I'm full as all hell, but I guarantee you, the minute an MF'er is in the kitchen, all bets are off. I'm going to be hungry all over again. So I can't wait to see what Chef Trips got in store for us. But let me give you guys a little bit of love as we get this sauce rolling, man. Right? So shout outs to our guy, man, the number one super no maniac out there in the game. It's got to be it's Crimson. Shout outs to you, man. Big props to Crimson. Big props to our guy FFG Style. Cheers to both of y'all. Shout out to Marco King, who's always represented with us. Liberty's Outlook's out there too. What it do, Liberty? Big love to At Mas. The Minister Charles Johnson, Super No Maniac, is in the cut with us today, man. We've also got Derek Guy, the guy. Smitty Q is with us too. I assume the other Smitty won't be far behind, man. You guys generally wind up here right on time. Shout outs to King Booker. I know you'll be in the building soon enough. And hey, man, let's get things rolling. And what's an MF'er in the kitchen got to say? Hey, there he is.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Parts of you.
Can you see me? Can you hear me? Am I there?
You're there.
Yeah, you gotta turn it up a little bit.
Is that better?
A little bit. Go ahead and roll.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And please excuse the difficulties of the technical natures. Is that better now?
We can live with that.
Yeah, we can go.
Okay, well, welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips. I am your owner and proprietor, Chef Trips. And for today, I am happy to join with the Nomad Network and Extra Sauce. And we do a live cooking preparedness demonstration types for a beautiful recipe called the 3 meat and 4 cheeses quesos dip.
Damn.
Now, maybe you can prepare this for your Super Bowl Sunday, as that is up and coming. You know, go Bears, even though the Bears are not playing, so whatever. But you will enjoy what we are cooking for you. So, hello to all the maniacs, and I hope that you are a follower of my video recipes at the Sports Chicago Style, and that's the name of the channel. So I have to ask the nomad and the kids to be my eyes and my ears, as because I am on location here in the kitchen of Shea Trips, I am unable to see or hear you in the chats. So if there are any comments or any questions or any suggestions, please relate them to me. Please do so, please, Mr. Kids. Is that satisfactory?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Ronaldo Swift saying, cook up some wings. Our guy Derek Guy saying, let the chef cook. So we don't let you cook today, chef.
And thank you very much. Thank you.
It feels so good to have this it's like a reunion, man. It feels like it's the best thing in the world to me, because I love what Trips does and what he brings to the table as far as that goes, man. His personality, the different things that he likes to cook up. And it's just fun, man. I just want people to be reminded that this is a variety show, man. This is Bears content, of course. We'll have that be the core of what we do. But at the end of the day, we really want to stretch the thing out and really do some extra sauce. That's what the name of the game is put some extra sauce on the Bears content, right? And so that's what we're going to do, man. And we're going to commit to it. I love my brother, man. He upset me this morning, scared the dog shit out of me, because he's usually really prompt when he says he's going to do something, but he scared me today. I ain't going to lie to y'all, man. Maybe I've been through too much. I'm a little punch drunk or whatever it is, but he scared me, man. I love my boys, man. Trip and Kids, I love them both dearly, man. And I'm just glad that he committed to coming here and making sure he, basically he's fulfilling what the fans are asking for. And people have asked me one too many times, to the point where it's almost annoying, when we're going to see some more Chef Trips doing the MF'er in the kitchen. And so here we go, by popular demand, our boy.
Well, I'd like to once again thank all the maniacs and all of the fans out there who enjoy the sometimes healthier recipes, but still flavorful to the mouth. And a shout out to Trip on the channel. A shout out to Coach Trippy and to Triple R for letting me fill in this week from here at Shea Trips. So what I will do now, I will have to change my setup so you can see the food being prepared as I do it live with you tonight, right now, or in the morning, wherever you are watching from. And I want to have the other camera set up, so I will disappear for now, and then when we come back, you will see the food being prepared of my 3 meat and 4 cheeses quesos dip.
All right, we're gonna get back to Chef Trips here in a minute. Kids, so
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
God, I love this guy. Oh yeah, so Chef Trips back with us, doing the darn thing in the back, getting things ready for that extra sauce, that dip, man, that 3-meat faux cheese. Boom, 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 boom. I'm interested. I knew Cliff Vittoria would be in the mix, man. Shout out to Cliff, right on time for the food, Cliff.
just meat. All you gotta do is say meat and cheese. Damn it!
Cliff Victoria shows up.
That's it. That's all you gotta do, man. And while Trips is getting himself ready and changing his camera angles and doing what he needs to do his presentation, we'll he's probably gonna. No, I better not do this, man. Let's just talk in generalities, man, before Trips get here, because it's a couple of subjects that I want to talk about right off the top that I know he's gonna have a 2 cents to speak on about it. And so let's just talk this. Kids' house life, number one. What's been going on with you, if you want to share anything at all? What's good?
Man, I don't know. Jeez. There are good things on the horizon, and I will know more next week. That much I can say, and I'm trying not to A, divulge, and B, put my foot in my mouth. So there are some positive things that I'm somewhat excited about. And I'm generally not an excitable human being as it stands. So that's good news. Outside of that, my nephew, he started to do a little bit well, like over the course of the last couple of days. He was doing well.
And you got to start all over, because it's probably people here that don't know the story.
Oh man. Okay. So for those of you guys who maybe missed Extra Sauce last week, the previous Friday, my nephew was in a major car accident, and really, yeah, Cliff, this one's just for you, bro. We did this show just for you, my friend. So unfortunately, my nephew was in a car accident. Really barely made it out of there alive, and we just been praying and hoping that he can sort of, survive all of this. He made it through the first 72 hours, which is huge. Things were starting to look up a little bit, and then, things have kind of plateaued a little bit. So we're really in a bit of a wait and see situation, man. He as far as brain activity is concerned, it's really up and down right now. So just keep keep my nephew Tark in your prayers, and hopefully everything will work out in that respect. But other than that, like I say, we're just sort of going back and forth to the hospital. I've had some crazy interactions with the family with respect to it. A lot of dramas falling out left, right, and center. But the upside is that I think folks are starting to come around and calm down. I'm finally getting my son back to Calgary. He's out of here on Sunday, and he should make it back to Calgary just in time to watch the Super Bowl. So, maybe we'll do that in an online capacity between me and him. Thanks, Crimson. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, that's kind of how life has been rolling for me. But in the middle of all of that, there's been a little bit of a positive light that sort of popped up that I'll know a little bit more about, a little bit more by Friday afternoon. So again, fingers crossed, keep me in your prayers as well. And hopefully everything works out well, man. But I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Derek. I appreciate that there, Crimson. And I appreciate it to you too, Cliff. Thanks, guys.
So before we go any further, I thought Trips was ready. I thought I seen a thumbs up, but he went off camera down low. And you guys can't see that. We can see it. But just be mindful of that, kids. When you see the cue, if you got to stop me. When you see that, when he gives you the cue, just run, do what you got to do. But yeah, man, with me, very interesting stuff going on with me. And it's, it's some personal stuff going on that I haven't talked to nobody about. I actually have a deaf in the family, a close cousin of mine. That's, it's unfortunately one of those things that, it's like, I don't know what to say about it, man, because I don't know that it's really hit me. You know what I mean? It's just you just go through what you got to go through, and I ain't gonna say I'm not gonna try to fool nobody. I'm a tough ex-football player, but interior, man, I'm soft as baby shit, man. You know what I mean? So the stuff like that really gets to me, man. When stuff like that's going on with me, when I hear about stuff with y'all, it gets to me. Stuff that we were just talking about previously with Trips. Trips is really, really, really prompt, and when he says he's gonna do something, and today he was kind of off his normal, you know what I mean? And it scared me. Well, starting yesterday, I went to sleep worried about it. You know what I mean? And all the stuff that happened with Chris, I guess I'm kind of the whole thing just kind of messes with me a little bit, but I was panicking, man. And I texted kids and told them what was going on, and he was just like, "Hey, man, be cool." And he was trying to be the cool head, and he turned out to be right. But good Lord, man, I worry about my boys now, man. I just can't help it, bro. Somebody need to pull me off the cliff, and Cass did today.
That's generally what I do. That's not just my role on the show; it's also my role in real bloody life. Just how it goes, man. A lot of crazy drama. Like I'm saying, a lot of crazy drama this week, and I was trying not to have a huge conversation with like one of my closest friends about all the stuff that was going down, and eventually we just kind of had the conversation organically, and it led to me just losing my mind. You know what I mean? I just lost it on him at the end of the conversation because he wasn't really like the conversation was being had, but he wasn't hearing what I was trying to say. Thanks, Scrolls. I appreciate it. Shout out to you too, Marco King, and there's somebody else. FFG, man, mad love. Thanks, guys. But man, I lost it on my boy, on my brother, and man, I felt bad, but I didn't, because his head was just not in the right place. He was really moving 100 billion% on emotion alone, and he needed to get that logic, and the following day he came over, and just, it was me and my son talking, and I was like, man, we can't even mess with your uncle anymore. He's not thinking straight. And here he comes out of nowhere, walks in, and just echoed everything that I'd said to him the night before, understood it in full, and just broke down crying. And I was like, oh man, now I feel like an absolute jerk. You know what I'm saying? I feel like such a jerk, man. I'm sorry. So everybody's hugging and getting over it. So like I say, last week I was at a place where I was like, y'all, you know what I mean? Y'all, like, when I tell you what's going on behind the scenes, y'all gonna go crazy. It's a crazy, dramatic situation. But we were able to sort of come to an agreement, everything sort of came to a head at the end of the day, and I'm happy about that. I think we're all better off for it on this side, and same with you, man. I'm glad everything was good with the homie Trips. There wasn't anything major. I'm generally that guy who's like, let's be cool. Let's take it easy before we get too worried. But weather. Oh,
by the way, Hair Bear, I'm gonna say this out in the open and give him his flowers. Hair Bear is a dope music producer. For those who probably don't know who Hair Bear is outside of Hair Bear in the chat, he has graced us with some great, and I haven't shared it with the fellas yet because we've been so busy doing all kinds of other stuff. And I'm going to hand that to Kez, because Kez has got some. He's got some Lego level introductory skills. I mean, some intro skills. He's doing good video work. And I'm teasing him right now, calling it Lego level, because it's his first productions. You know what I mean? And God knows what it's going to look like if he continues to put his foot in his efforts towards doing it. But I just want to tell you, I tell everybody live that Hair Bear is a dope producer. Wait until you hear some of the stuff he made and kind of gifted it to us to make intros and do things like that, commercials or whatever we want to do with it. And I just can't wait to give it to kids, because I know he's going to love it. And we can I know I can think of 7 ways from Sunday to use that great music that he gave us, man. But and shout out to Hair Bear, man. Please everybody give Hair Bear a shout out. You haven't seen the production yet, but it's coming. The music that he gave us is really, really dope. and I think the world needs to hear it, man. I just think he's got some great production skills, man. I can't wait to introduce that to the world, man, because it is dope. I ain't kidding you not. But you'll find that out soon, man. But I just had to interrupt that, kids, when I seen him.
No, it's cool, bro. Because you know me, I'm always looking for beats in some capacity for one thing or the next. And I almost forgot about Hair Bear's setup over there, man. I remember that setup, bro. So same way, man. Catch me on Twitter. Catch me at Keds that cut nuck. I'll at gmail.com. I'll throw that in the chat later on. By all means, send me what you got. Send me a link. I'd love to hear it. Anything that we can share and potentially put online, because there's honestly we're some creative cats here behind the scenes, and some of them beats would definitely be helpful. I've got access to some crazy production as well, but I got to go knocking on some doors.
On the record, that is not just beats. He's got some nice production value going on there. Wait, I'll pass it to you so you can hear what I'm talking about. But
right on.
Y'all right now, Hair Bear is dope, and I'm a dope producer as far as beats go. I'm not on Hair Bear's level with the instrumentation of wait until you hear it, and versus the stuff that I make. It's just great stuff. But I just had to Trips, give me a thumbs up down there if you feel good and ready. There you go.
There are thumbs.
You kids.
All right, want to run it again?
Go ahead, do it one more time.
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
There's that guy, man. And there he
Hello.
is.
Hello. Welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips. I'm your owner proprietor, Chef Trips. And can you see the food can?
We can.
They can. We can now. We just hear you now. All we looking at is the skillet. We can't hear. We can't hear him.
There we go.
Hello.
There we go. We got you.
Okay, cool. Okay, right now, we're going to get to cooking the first meat of our 3 meats, and that will be the bacon.
Oh, you can't go wrong with that. You can't mess up nothing. As long as you got bacon in it, it's impossible to mess it up.
A good start.
That is very true, as bacon can be had for breakfast foods, for lunch foods, for dinner foods, and desserts. Bacon is a very versatile meat.
So what's the name of the dish? What we doing here? Did you name it?
I did not name it per se, but it will be the 3 meats and the 4 cheeses queso dip.
Okay. All right. 3 meats.
So it is not particularly a Tex-Mex dish, even though it will share many of those same ingredients. Can you see me on the other cam?
No, we can't.
No, we're looking at you on the
We can only hear you on the skillet cam. We can't see. Now we can see you.
Okay. So yes. Okay, there we go. So yes, the bacon is a very versatile of the meats. And we want to get it here. We want to get it a little fried up, and then we will put it to the side.
So Trips, let me ask you a question, man. Where did you get your cooking skills from? Did you take a trip out to France or Italy or something like that? Pick up some culinary skills, or you was in the alley, or where'd you find your skills at, man?
I have been blessed enough to have spent time, and to all the girls I have loved before, many loving kisses to you, but they were different nationalities and different flavors, and you learn how to pick up things. And I've always been welcome at the houses of the families, the in-laws. And so whoever was cooking, I was gravitated to the kitchen. So I picked up a lot of little tips here and there, many tips that I don't even always remember because, as the saying goes, I forgot more than you would ever fucking know. So I try to incorporate those foods and think about like stuff that that I like to eat when growing up. But like those restaurants, they're closed now. You know, they're out of business because I'm old. Or the relatives that always make the certain dish, well, they've passed on now. So there's no way to get those same dishes. So I try to find those recipes and make them today, but instead of using like the sugars, I use a substitute of sugars like the stevia or a monk fruit or a maple syrup or a honey. And instead of the whole wheat flour, I use the whole wheat flour instead of the all-purpose flour. I try to use sea salt instead of the ideological salt, and make the little changes here and there to try to duplicate the flavors and the taste, but also make it a little bit healthier for those who are conscious about the kind of things.
Hey Trips, let me ask you a question because I'll tell you a quick story. I think I learned how to cook by way of necessity because running into pretty girls that don't have real cooking skills in the kitchen, I had to learn how to cook. Did you run into that girl at one point in your life where she couldn't cook and you had to go in there and kind of take on that role, or are you a traditional guy that sits around and wait for your lady to cook?
Well, I've never been one to have been how you say tied down as Chef Trips. He is a confirmed bachelor. So when it comes to ladies who could not cook, that is fine. I can cook, or we can go order out. But whatever the case may be, she won't be there long. So it does not very relevant. It could be a moot point, as you say. So being a person who enjoy to eat because of the sustenance to keep my almost 300-pound frame and over the 6 feet one tall feet, and I like the different flavors, and so I learned how to cook because if you look economically, you can always say we got the McDonald's at home, and you make your own Big Mac sauce, you make your own Big Mac burgers, and you know that at least it's the meat that you prepared, and you don't know what kangaroo or alpaca that you're eating from McDonald's, and then you make the Big Mac sauce, with the healthier substitutes, and then it's a little bit healthier. You satisfy your taste buds and your cravings, and you're enjoying the part of life that is one of your senses, your taste buds. So you have to keep them happy, whether you enjoy the sweet flavors, whether you prefer the salties, or you prefer the bitters, or whatever it is you do, you enjoy that shit.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Chef. When I know you, I could tell that you're an experimental type of guy. That you'll try something even if you might have heard something somewhere or seen something online and decided to give something a crack. Like, you know what, that looks good. I'm gonna give myself a shot at that. Give me your worst cooking fail thus far on a dish that you made.
Well, it is kind of hard to admit when there are fails when there have not been no fails
Oh,
because everything that I make it turned out to be pretty tasty.
so
Because
you
when
gonna
Chef
actually
Trips cooks a food, it will be beautiful. But what I do is I find ways to do different things. If you look at the fried rices, of which I will have a series coming up soon on the channel at Sports Chicago Style, and there are 205,000 ways, different ways, to make the fried rice. There are many different ways to skin the cat, and then how do you cook the cat? Do you boil the cat? Do you fry the cat? Do you bake the cat? Do you broth decat? Do you smoke decat? Do you barbecue decat? How do you prepare decat once you skin it? So being able to enjoy those different flavors, those different methods, and not being tied down to one thing is a variety as the spice of life, as they say.
So you're gonna tell? So I'm old enough to remember the spaghetti and sardines dish, right? Both me and Kez are old enough to remember that, right?
Yeah.
And you're telling
Well,
me
what people I will prepare it on the channel and people will see, but the sardines are a substitute for anchovies, as anchovies are harder to get and much more non-budget friendly. The sardines are easier and they are salty and they provide a nice base for the pasta sauce, which goes very well as we know that the Italians with the pasta, with the anchovies, with the salty fishes, that is a good substitute that you can make to recreate some of those dishes.
you getting some great comments in here, man.
Bro, I'm dying. That's why I've been quiet. I'm on mute. I'm just laughing.
Well, if Kev, if you please, like remember, I cannot see the comments, so as I want to make sure that the nomads and the nomaniacs are a part of the experience, please share the comics with us now.
All right, so let's I gotta get the laugh out first. Let's do this thing here. All right, so where do we start? We got to start with first off, Minister Charles. All right, Minister Charles, what's cooking in that Pyrex on the back burner? My answer to Minister Charles was straight up crystal meth sandwich. All right, moving on. We got the scrolls. That bacon progressing slow like Roshan Johnson. Oh, that's great. Hair Bear, that bacon lying around in the pan like the Bears' offensive line last year. Oh no. What else we got? Okay.
Cabrini Green. Somebody said he learned his culinary skills at Cabrini Green.
Cabrini Green. That's Minister Charles Johnson. Schooled at the Culinary Institute of Cabrini Green. The Scrolls with another hit. Chip's bacon looked like Drake. And I'm sitting there going, Canadian bacon.
Damn. That's cold-blooded, Scrolls.
That's cold-blooded, Scrolls. That's cold. Oh man, Good Victoria's loving it. He's chefing up while you're doing the darn thing. He says, I had to go check on my pork belly confit for the Super Bowl. Love seeing the food show while I'm cooking. Another little tip or suggestion was that if you have time to cook it in the oven, it's awesome. Make sure to put a pan underneath to catch the grease. And straight up and down, he ain't fronting. I've been cooking my bacon in the oven for quite some time now, even in so my new oven's got an air fryer built in. It's like, it does convection too. Man, you put that thing down, I just put a little bit of foil or parchment underneath. Boom, cooks in its own oil. It comes out perfect, dog. I gotta tell you. So that's a little piece of information. Crimson is Italian, so he's saying he just, it's just in the blood. His cooking, his culinary skills out there, man. I'm gonna say similar things about me. Basically, in my household, if I didn't learn how to eat, none of us were eating, right? So, like my mom's single mom, she's out there doing her thing. She's cooking on Sunday. So basically, as a kid, I would just roll up on her on Sunday and help her make whatever she's making and learn at the same time. So by the time I'm 10, I can cook curry chicken, full-on breakfast, pancakes, you name it. I got a whole range of stuff that I could cook, again, by about 10 years old. Because at 10, the expectation was, I'm off to work. You're going to have to cook for your sister. See ya. So that was basically my whole upbringing after all that, man. But
hey, do me a favor, turn down your camera that's got the visual of you. Just turn it down a little bit. Just
Man, that's like Crimson. I grew up with Italian stew, man. Like I'm from a very big Italian community, and boy, I went to school. I went to Catholic school, and you go to Catholic school, man. Lunchtime, my lunch was the worst, bro. I'm coming in with sandwiches with no mayo, and these guys are coming in with Nutella sandwiches. They're coming in with big hoagies and stuff, all ready to go pasta from yesterday. Yo, can I tradesies, yo? They linked me up, man. That was awesome back in the day. But trust me, and there's definitely at least one or two one or two rerun jokes in there with reference to the hat. So I'll leave that alone.
Hey,
Chef Trip.
real quick, man, I wanted to mention because Minister Charles is giving advice on how to cook with a cast iron skillet. He says one of the keys to cooking in a cast iron skillet is to get the skillet hot before putting the meat in. And listen, I want to tell you something. I am without a cast iron skillet. You know why? Because I'm too damn generous. And it was a lady. It was a lady, a younger lady that had a couple of kids, and she was moving out. And I was giving away, you know, pretty much stuff I had around the house to get her started. She was staying with her mom, and I gave her a whole bunch of stuff to get her apartment started with. And one of the things I gave her was the only cast iron skillet that I had. You know, it's like what woman or what person that moves into their first place can't use a cast iron skillet? You know what I mean? I need to get me another one, man. I need to get another one. But this is the first time in my life I don't have a cast iron skillet because I was generous.
Oh no, man, you're a nice guy. I bet you she's cooking all kinds of bacon over there, cooking Drake. Anyways,
and I do to interject here, if I may.
you may.
That is the minister is very correct. The bacon will fry up more, but if you do it in a very slower and lower fashion, you sweat out a little bit more of the fat. Which, of course, you say, why would you want to sweat the fat out of bacon? Because that's what bacon is. It is basically fat. But you make it a little bit more. You get more of the grease out, and it will still crisp up nicely. Because you always want to go slower than you think you should, because it will burn, and you do not want to do that because then that will change the flavor profile. And even though burnt bacon is still bacon, but it's still not the same.
Now, do you know the secret? And this is Grandma's secret, Trip. You know this now. What do you do with your cast iron skillet when you're not using it?
Well, as long as the cast iron has been seasoned good with oil several times, and it has a good base on it, you dry it off after washing it with no soap, just water and a brush. This is the brush that you use to squish, and then you just dry it off, and it is good. You can also put it under the flame to get it hot to make sure that all the moisture is off. Are these the same tips as your grandmama?
Well, I put mine. I'll do some. I spread it with some bacon grease or some chicken grease. I'll put some of that on, just spread it out lightly with a paper towel, and I'll put that thing in a bag and knot the bag up so nothing, anything. I don't like greasy stuff, but I'll put it in a bag and kind of close the bag up. That's what I do to it until I'm ready to use it again.
No, that is not happening because the skillet is utilized very often for different meals, whether it be breakfast, lunch, or the dinners. So it is very handy and always in reach. And when it is put away, it is put away, but not specifically in a bag. And there are many different ways to fry bacon as well. You can shake it with the flour, and that will reduce the shrinkage. Even if you're out by the pool, kids, reduce the shrinkage. And then you could also bake it in the oven with a little of the sugar of the brown sugar, and that will crystallize it well and make some nice maple bacon. There are many different ways to prepare.
And Minister Charles, he's telling you, hey, the bag helps keep the moisture out. That's true.
See, everybody know about this cast iron seasoning. I don't use I have one. I never use it. I've learned. Just me. I lean towards doing my bacon in the oven now. It takes literally 9 minutes. I slap it in that piece.
It's not bacon is the most typical thing somebody would cook in a cast iron.
In a cast iron. What else do you cook in your cast iron?
You cook everything in it. I make all kinds of sauces in it. You know, my girlfriend used to make, bake stuff on it. You know what I mean? You're making cornbread and shit like that, which I don't eat. But, all kinds of things, man. Cast iron skillet is the most multi-purpose tool that you have in your kitchen. You know what I mean? You can do anything in that cast iron skillet. I like to make spaghetti sauces because I like to use a fork when I'm doing up my garlic, onions, and peppers and all that stuff. Soften that up before I start, putting the sauce together. But typically, that's most of the time when I use it. I'm like you. I kind of typically, put bacon in the oven at this point just to sweat that grease off of it.
Yeah.
But
the grease, even like it cooks in the grease, which is why the oven works so well. I don't. For sauces, I could use I might use a cast iron skillet, but real talk, I've moved to using like a wok. Like woks are dope. I'm really talking about kitchen shit, but hey, it's a motherfucker in the kitchen, I guess. You know what I mean? But I use a wok.
I made the horrible mistake of getting my girlfriend one of those high-powered convection ovens for a gift for I don't know if it was a birthday or Valentine's Day, but sweetest day something. I got her that gift and she went off on me. And this was at a time when I didn't understand how to really gift give to a woman. You know what I mean? You don't get a woman a freaking utility, a kitchen utility as a gift. That's just some etiquette shit. All men should know, especially younger ones. I didn't know.
Before you continue, I do it all the time. They hate me for it, but they cook with it afterwards, so it works out for me. Continue.
Wait a minute, hold on, Crimson. How in the fuck did somebody ruin a cast iron skillet? I can take my cast iron skillet down the road on the highway for 400 miles, hook it to the back of my damn truck, and come back and won't be shit wrong with that motherfucker.
Actually, if you think about it, a cast iron skillet is almost as indestructible as anything is. If you find one that is very rusty, you can clean it off and re-season it, and it will be beautiful. You can bake in it. I have baked in the oven. You can make the pizzas as a pizza pan in the oven. I roasted the chicken until the bird was nice and crispy. You can make the pancakes. You can make desserts. You can make the sauces as the depth of the skillet. Depends on how much volume you can put in it. So the very versatility. You can do it over open campfire. You can put it right onto the grill. So they are very durable and very versatile, and you can cook a lot of foods with the cast iron skillets.
Minister, hold on, man. Minister Charles is giving us some key life advice.
Before you go there, let me get Crimson because he's explaining what happened with his girlfriend.
Well, hold on. Before we go there, let me give a quick explanation. Now that the bacon is put to the side, I'm using the bacon grease to brown some onions, some of the green peppers, and the mushrooms.
Nice.
And with the little salt and a little pepper, and in the back burner, I have a little of the coconut milk going, and now I am introducing the sour cream, so it can start to marry into the queso, the 4 cheeses queso dip. And so this is what is happening on your camera right now. You may continue with your conversation.
All right. I had to solo that out. All right, let me take it. Let me take it down. I don't even know how to take it down, kids.
What are you taking down?
All right, there we go.
No, here.
All right, so Crimson was talking about that this is the cardinal sin, and this is something I learned a long ass time ago just by happenstance. I happened to be in the kitchen when 2 ladies was fighting over this, not fighting, but women in my family got in an argument over whether or not to wash your cast iron skillet. There's a certain etiquette to doing that, right? And so basically, I did the same thing. My girlfriend put my cast iron skillet that was gifted to me. You know, it was given to me. That was, I don't know how old that damn thing was. I probably shouldn't have gave it away, but you know, that thing, I knew not to put that thing in dishwater. So what you do is you run that thing through hot water and you kind of scrub it out. And then when you're done with that, kind of dry it with, you know, paper towel, whatever you got. And then you scrub it down with a little oil. So what I did was I dried it out a little bit once I took it out of the water just to save it, and hurried up and put a whole bunch of pan cooking oil on the back of it and on the side of it. And I just rubbed in a whole bunch of bacon grease in the middle of it and put it inside that bag. And that bag is going to retain that, you know, just retain that oil and that moisture of it. And it came out perfect once I got done with it. So I don't know, Crimson, maybe you probably shouldn't have threw it away or got rid of it. You know what I mean? You probably should have, you know, maybe taking that approach, man. A good cast iron skillet is extremely hard to come by, man.
Who knew? Apparently a bunch of y'all knew, because like I said, so here's Minister Charles's fix. And like I said, it is life, it's life lessons here he's giving us. Man, you rub it down with oil, put it, I'm just gonna omit certain things. Put it in upside down for about 30 minutes, repeat 2 more times, let it cool off, put it away. Never put it away wet or moist. So take that for what it's worth.
That is how here in the kitchen of Shea Trips, that is how we take care of our cast irons. As like I said before, if it gets any rust at all, file the rust off and then season it in the oven. It's not the same as rubbing oil just on it in room temperature. You have to heat it up to 500 degrees and let the oil smoke in and bake on, and then let the skillet cool down, and then repeat the process a few times. And then after you cook, you scrape any bits on the bottom that are there with the brush, or if you have a wok, you should always use a brush kind of like this, a wire brush, to clean it, and never use the dish soaps, because you don't want to wash the oil off. But the oil base on the skillet with the water will loosen up any of the foods that are on there. So that is how it becomes clean. And then that's why sometimes you can put it in the oven or on the fire and let heat up so that there is no moisture on there, and then you're good to go.
So I would say this, man. Kez was talking about a wok, and a wok. No, that's the next thing that I got my girlfriend. Well, that's the next gift that I got a girlfriend. That was a utility, and she just absolutely loves that thing. She's a Chinese food fan, and she loves Chinese, and likes to go out and get that. And it actually irritates me because I get tired of that shit. But, you know, now she's learning how to make some stuff at home. You know, she loves beef and broccoli, and so she found. There you go, Trips.
Okay, yeah, but
Yes, see, this is a very versatile, as you can also fry in it, because you have to season with the oil the same as the cast iron, but it is so deep that you can fry, and it takes less grease or less oil because of the shape of the vessel. So you can, very versatile. You can twist it around on the collar that it fits onto your stove. So you can make the hot side and the cool side, and you can make your different fried rices, or your different efuyongs, or your different whatever the dish may be, with the Asian variety, or just make some kick-ass omelets.
You know what?
Done that.
The one I got my girlfriend is it's bigger and deeper.
Yeah, mine too.
That's what she said.
Hey, you know what? And she likes it, man, because she's a nervous cook to begin with. I do most of the cooking around here, but she feels comfortable with that and doing all the kind of stir fries you want to do in that, and not worrying about stuff hopping out on you and all that kind of stuff. So she likes cooking in it, and just to get her cooking, I'm glad I got that thing. You know what I mean? I didn't know. I was kind of expecting to get punched in the face, but she absolutely loves that thing, man.
Well, Yeah, I bought.
Well, it's not a diamond ring, but the utensil is practical, and every time they use it, they will think of you and curse your name at the same time. So, mission accomplished.
You know
Well
what?
done.
That diamond ring she know ain't coming, so she took that damn walk as a secondary prize. God damn it, you better enjoy it because that ring ain't coming.
You better be careful. You might wind up with a walk upside your head. I'm just saying. I'm in similar boats. For me,
Okay, Ike Turner. We don't do that here, Canada. Calm down.
All right, I'm sure there's domestic issues up in the U.S. too, man. I'm just saying. Look, I do this because secretly, I know I'm gonna wind up using these utensils anyways. All these appliances and stuff, it's gonna come right back to me. So yeah, got a dope convection oven. It just went kaput like 2 weeks ago, and I didn't know what to do with the world. I had to go out immediately and buy a replacement because that thing is the lick. It is amazing, that thing. But the wok's dope too, man. I learned how to make some kick-ass stir fry up in that thing, man. Sweet and sour stir fry. Boom. You be shocked, Chef Trippin'. I'm telling you, man.
Well, what the thing that people are intimidated by to make the Chinese foods or the Asian foods are the flavors.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you have the flavors of the land, you should be able to make those foods. And so as long as you have some soy sauce, some hoisin sauce, some oyster sauce, or how you say the rice vinegar, for those dishes. But then you also very important. Where is it? Oh, you have to have the sesame seed oil, which is a lot of flavor that they use in those dishes. But there is the.
I think you
here it is.
have to repeat that rice wine.
You have it. Let me see if you got it.
Here it is. Here's the you have to have the 5 spice.
Oh, the 5 spice. Okay, the 5 spice is dope.
Yes, and what did you say you need to the rice vinegar? You wanted to see
that rice?
Oh, I was hoping you had this. I was hoping you had the fish sauce. The fish.
Oh, that is. We keep that over here in our over here. So we go to the standby. We have this one right there.
Yeah, baby, that's
the oyster sauce.
Oyster.
And then we have the fish sauce.
The fish sauce.
I gotta get the fish sauce and the oyster sauce. I think I got fish sauce. Fish.
And then you also have to have the hoisin sauce.
Hoisin's important too.
Hoisin. I gotta get some oyster sauce.
And then, of course, you may have the low sodium or the all-purpose the soy sauce.
Soy.
I got another brand. I'm gonna shoot it to you when we get off the show, Trips. I don't know it right off the top of my head, but I got another brand that's perfect. The Asian lady at the store told me you got to get this.
Well, there are also many recipes where you can make these sauces yourself at the home, like sweet and sour sauce, which is beautiful with the pineapple juice.
There you
and
go.
And sometimes the pineapple junks, and you make the sweet and sour shrimps, or the sweet and sour pork, or the sweet and sour chicken, or just the sweet and sour noodles. And there was a place, a Golden Inn, I believe, that was in the Hyde Park neighborhood in the Chicagoland area, and on 53rd and the Courtyard, Harper Court, and they had this beautiful fried rice and the orange sauce, and it was like one of a kind. And so I've been trying to replicate that because that is one of the flavors that I've been searching for. And also like to give a shout out to my Aunt Della, who I watched cook, and she made a delicious meal out of anything that Uncle Bud shot while he was out hunting for small games, such as rabbits, such as raccoons, and any kind of fish. And she made all those dishes taste very good, or what is known as soul food. And then they also a shout out to Mrs. Porter, and she was more of a baker, and she made the holiday cookies, the chocolate chip cookies, the butter cookies, the German chocolate cakes, the pound cakes, the angel food cakes, the sweet potato pies, and those were two influences for the cooking. And then I shout out to my cousin Butch, who was much more the carnivore and did much more things with like the ducks, the pigs, the cows, the lambs, and then more of those kind of meats. So the influence has been, throughout my life, and I like to, think about these things when you're doing the mundane practices of prepping, like cutting up your vegetables or cutting like the slices of the mozzarella cheeses now that I'm putting in. I've also put in our cheddar into our mix, so that would be our four quesos cheeses. And you think about I think about the people that have gone on, and maybe some of the lessons that they try to impart upon me, and just make them smile because hey, I like this dish because you made this for me. And so I remember those peoples, those places, and during the quiet times of doing the grunt work or the sous chef work.
So before we part from this conversation, we're gonna mix it up a little bit and get into some sports talk, and then get into some Bears talk, and then we're gonna get into the draft. And I got a couple of players I want to show you guys to talk about. Before we get into that, shout out to Sister Bernice at every church. Everybody's church got a Sister Bernice in it. They got some big arms in the back and can cook her ass off. And shout out to every Sister Bernice across the world, in every city, every state, everywhere, man. It's a Sister Bernice in the church that can cook her ass with them big arms, man. Just had to put that out there. Before we get to this conversation, we're gonna mix it up a little bit, Trips, while you're over there cooking. We're gonna get to a comment that you made to me about a conversation you wanted to talk about. So there's some big news in the NBA, and it's a couple 2-3 days, 4 days old. Luka Doncic has gotten traded to the Lakers. The star player on the Dallas Mavericks. If you follow the NBA, then you already heard about this. This is not news to you, but the conversation is new to us. We haven't had this conversation before live on the show. It's that groundbreaking. It's worth the conversation here on the Bears, podcast. Let's speak on that, man. I got some particular comments that I wanted to make about the Luka trade, but I'm gonna pass it on to you kids. I know you don't watch too much basketball, you don't care too much for it, but if you got some words to part with the fans, the viewers, go for it.
All I gotta say is I love to play it. I fell out of love at some point, and it had a lot to do with my team sucking. I'll be real. Eventually, they did win a championship. Good old Raptors, who aren't my original team. My original team is the LA Lakers / Chicago Bulls. But real talk, LA Lakers, man. Had to get that Magic Johnson love, man. That's me on the court. That's my guy. But at this point, I'm out, man. I'm so NFL deep that my NBA love is really waned. So, shout out to the Lakers getting one more super team on the go, I guess, right?
What say you, Trips? You brought it to me. I was planning on talking about it, but you crystallized it for me. What's your take on
Well,
it?
there are many different angles to look at this from, as the age difference, as the Luka Doncic. He's much younger than the AD, and he's always been much healthier. There has been some talk that recently he may have put on a few pounds, but that was really no big deal. But then the return that the Dallas Mavericks got for trading a star player was very paltry, as there was not an open bidding, open competition among the other teams around the NBA to trade for the the Dallas star of Lucas Doncic. So it is very shady situation, and if you are a Dallas Mavericks fan, you are very pissed off. You are not very happy at all. If you're a Lakers fan, you think that they fleeced on the deal, which they probably did. But there is a lot of shadiness going on with this situation. There will be more to follow. You can guarantee that.
And you know what? My comments are going to go towards the line of the Scrolls. The Scrolls says Luka is an alcoholic. Mike Finley told me that personally. That's interesting you tell me that, Scrolls, because I'm about to change up the screen right quick. And my comments go along these lines. Fat Luka is real. And I think the Dallas Mavericks know something about Luka Doncic that the rest of the world doesn't really know and know in the detail. You can see that Luka Doncic, I probably should show you guys, what it looked like when Luka Doncic first came to the NBA. He's a completely different animal. And I believe that the Dallas Mavericks know something that the rest of the world does not. I really do. I'm gonna take your
Well,
I took
well, that would be very interesting information to know that they traded him because of a character or moral deficiencies, and then Los Angeles were maybe willing to take on the gamble, even though I would assume that other teams around the league would as well, unless they were trying to hide something. So it is appropriate that is LA involved, as there seems to be much drama.
Hey, Fat Luca is a real thing, man. I watched that cat grow and grow and grow, and you expect, a guy of that magnitude, and he is a serious primetime player. When I tell you he's a serious primetime player, there ain't too many MF'ers like Luka Doncic in basketball, period. He's the real deal. But the truth is, his discipline and his work ethic is obviously different than, it should be. He's only like 20, he's only in his early 20s. You know what I mean? And to be this out of shape at this age, what is 30-year-old Luka Doncic gonna look like? You know what I mean? It's just real bad. And I think over time, I think the Dallas Mavericks have product knowledge and they understand that, like, we've probably gone over and over and over with this with Luka and say, hey, Luka, you got to get more discipline. You got to stop all the beer drinking and all the food, and you got to get more into your workout and get your body healthier, because a 30-year-old Luka Doncic at this rate is going to be a piss poor athlete, man. The soft tissue injuries, and he's going to stay injured. When are you going to have him for when it's real? You know what I mean? So it's just really bad right now. I just think it looks good on the surface for the LA Lakers, but I think in the long run, Luka Doncic is gonna basically hurt them.
Well, that is information to be aware of. As you know, being mere fans, we don't have the information as they fly on the wall or the parties involved. But it still seems, even if there were issues with the Luca, that the Dallas Mavericks undersold, as there would have been more opportunities for other teams to bid for his services.
It is. I just don't. I know this. He's too good of a player, and I think you have a personal at this age. Like who's overweight at this age? Unless you just one of them lazy people. There's no athlete at his age playing the position that he plays that overweight. It's unique. It's very
Well,
very,
you could say the same about Zion Williamson.
yeah, that's true.
What
That's true.
Charles Bloody Barkley?
And no, yeah, you can say that.
I had to find one for you. There's one.
He's got like I know a few.
Oh, who was the other one back them days? There's another one. Oliver Miller, the
Man,
Big O.
One thing about I think Luca's from Eastern Europe, right? I've met a few Eastern European in my days. Some of them athletes, but they have a different kind of lifestyle. These cats drink beer like it's going out of business, bro. They drink beer and liquor and wine. I mean, this is part of, like, I don't know people, like, I'm not one of those people that drinks while I eat. I don't drink while I eat. I can't do it. You know what I mean? But that's the culture there. Where he's from, people drink wine, liquor, beer while they eat, you know what I mean? And that's just like, what's wrong with water? You know what I mean? Or
No, it's you would have to understand their society a little bit better, right? So things I learned going over there, right? So I spent some time in Amsterdam. I spent some time in Germany, Denmark, Belgium. I spent a little time in Europe. And the first thing that you're going to notice is that, like, everything is close to you. So the need for a vehicle is slim. You don't really need a vehicle. You can get by on a bicycle. Biking, like the amount of cars you see on the road today in the US or in Canada, you would see cyclists, like a guy like Luca drinking beer all every day, drinking wine as a regular thing. They leave the bar and they hop on a bike and they're out there. They're active every bloody day, just as a part of their regular routine. It's not a situation where really they're like, yo, I got to go to the gym. They go to the gym too, but they're active at a level that you just don't find in North America. It was really interesting for me to see and experience, man. And other little things like just differences. It's not, not pertaining to Luka Doncic's size, but another major difference is like they don't drive SUVs over there. You'd be hard pressed to even find an SUV. They drive these little tiny ass whips. They're tiny. They're like what can I compare it to? Like
drunk.
Like
man. They can't be driving big ass vehicles drunk as they be over there.
Well, you know what though? If you understood how small the roads are, I don't know how you drive it. I don't think you could even drive drunk there. I don't think you could. Like the roads are narrow. And that's part of the reason why they lean towards these smaller vehicles. They're tiny, like the roads are tiny over there. A lot of the stuff in general is small. And I mean, even the elevators over there are tiny. I got on the elevator with 3 homies and we were like kissing each other. Like three people. I'm serious. 3 people on the elevator. You're hugging each other. It's crazy. But man, it's such a culture shock. You would have to, like my friend's from Amsterdam. His family's from Amsterdam. They're Dutch. He was like, "Oh, you're going over to the Netherlands. You're going to the motherland." And I was like, "What? You're Dutch?" I didn't even know before. But he said, "Yeah, I'm from the Netherlands. When you go there, it's going to be a whole different way of life. When you get there, you'll see what I mean." And I'm like, different way of life. Like I've been all over North America. I've seen the States. I've seen Jamaica. I've seen the Caribbean. I've seen a lot of stuff. Life's pretty much the same. But I really got to admit, you cross the pond and you're going to be like, whoa, it's an infrastructure made for drinking, bro. Like it is. You pick up, you leave your house, you can walk to the pub. You can do a full-on pub crawl all the way down, get hammered, and walk your ass back home. You don't have to jump in a car and drive home. You generally just don't. It's crazy.
Oh man, they must have known something back in the days, because that is an old infrastructure. Like
we're kissing before you enter the elevator. Oh, Mr. Charles, too funny. But no, I'm serious. Everything's small out there.
Trips, I got you muted until you're ready because you're scraping the pan and we can hear it loud. That's the only reason I did it. You ready? All right.
Yeah, good.
All right, over by at the Mickey D's, they have the wine and the alcohol that you can get with your Happy Meal. So the different culture is just different. And if you want to look at an example of merry old England, but not have to go across the pond, go to the New England states, like New England and Boston and Massachusetts and up over by there. And the streets are very small and very close to one another. And the housing are like made for hobbits. They are very, very small. Yeah. And back in the day, when they had less resources and not as fat asses as the Americans of today, they did not need as much space. Now, while we were talking, before we move on, I put a little oregano in the Italian sausages and browned it until there was no longer any pink. And then I put it into the quesos, of which I also added the Velveeta Queso Blanco. So that is another one of the cheeses for the 4 cheeses. Now for the third meat, I will be browning some of the ground beef. And then I will also incorporate the minced garlic with the ground beef. And then I have a trivia question. Now, the first one to answer does not win anything but the respect of the fellow nomaniacs, which is worth more than money. So, what do they call a mixture of chili powder, cumin, garlic powder, onion powder, oregano, paprika, salt, and cayenne pepper? Go.
That's what a no maniacs.
That is the question. What do they call the mixture of those seasonings?
Gas.
You might be right. I think you're
So
bang on.
that's what it sounds like to me.
Trips Bourdain. Oh man.
You know,
I think that might be what you think it. No.
while Trips is browning that up, let's get to some other Bears. Let's get to some Bears content that we need to talk about because we got some coaching hires along the way, and here's one of them. We hired a linebackers Coach Richard Smith. He's got roots with the Raiders. He's got roots with the Indianapolis Colts, and that's pretty much what he's done. He's played roles, different position roles, but this is where he kind of has made his bones with the in coaching, and he's a specific coach at this age. The guy you see on the screen right now is his son, Travis Smith. You know who that is, don't you, kids? Travis Smith is a what coach with the Chicago Bears that just got fired?
I thought he was a linebacker coach. No,
he was a D-line coach. I do believe.
D-line coach. My bad. You're right.
Somebody might have to correct me, but I do believe he was a D-line coach with the Bears. And I had to get that image up there because just to show you how deeply connected the league is when it comes to these coaching hires, man. It's really a fraternity, man. It's like the hirings don't go too far away from script. You know what I mean? And I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that, but I do see a need to get some new breed coaches in here and some new blood. These guys like this, man. They've been in the league a long time. They know how to, I guess, project themselves professionally. So they interview well. You know what I mean? And so, I have a problem with this. I think I listened to him talk, and I can see that linebackers really will love this guy because he's a person. He's a player's coach, is what I can say about him. Man, he's a player's coach, and I think they're gonna want to play for this guy.
Well, he's got an NFL experience dating back to God knows when. Like, where does it start? 1988 for the Houston Oilers. So he's basically been in the NFL for the most part, either a DC or a linebackers coach for, got to be 30 plus years. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I hear what you're saying. Like, yeah, new blood is always good, but heck, like, definitely this guy knows what he's doing. He's going to get the best out of these linebackers, and like every team he's played for them or he's coached for the most part has had ridiculous linebackers. So Indianapolis Colts, Vegas Raiders, and this is starting from 20 this is moving backwards from last year. Vegas Raiders, Chargers, Atlanta Falcons in their Super Bowl year. So we're talking like Levante David and Jones. Great. Denver Broncos from 2011 to 2014. Panthers 09 to 10. I believe we're talking Luke Kuechly and the gang. Houston Texans 06 to 08. I'm not sure who the backers were at that time. Now we're getting just into old stuff, but San Francisco, decent defense. Detroit, decent defense at the time. Miami, shaky defense at the time. But Denver Broncos ahead of all that from 2011 to 2014. This guy's got basically a historic tenure with the linebacker corps. I wish I could say something different.
No, you're right, man. The 4-3 defense he understands wholeheartedly. He understands the fundamentals and the techniques that you have to teach in order for the defense to be successful at the linebacker position. That's the most important thing. You got a whole bunch of yahoos running around here talking about how, the Bears are putting together this all-star coaching staff. No, there's nothing all-star about it. They've got to get with these players. They've got to get with the staff, and all this stuff has to come together. On paper, this stuff does look like, okay, they're putting together a great team. We all get excited about that kind of stuff in the off season. And I just want to temper people's expectations about it. These are some really good coaches that they're bringing in here. Now you got to put the ingredients together. And can they sing on the same note? You know what I mean? And just this whole thing about, all-star coaching staff, it gives me the vibe that, everybody wants to get excited too early about, stuff like this, and it doesn't really make sense to me. They've got to get in the room with these individuals, see what they can get out of them. It's going to be free agents that come in here. Also, the guys that we already have on the roster, draft picks, and, veteran guys. All of these guys had to come in the room with this guy and say, you know what? I'm feeling what he's teaching me. He's been around this league long enough to know what he's talking about, and I'm buying into what the fuck he's coaching. And that's the bottom line to it. All this stuff about all-star coaching staff, man, I guess I feel a certain way about some of the shit.
You do. I feel the opposite, because when we're talking about an all-star coaching staff, there's sort of one theme that comes to mind, and it's something that we haven't seen a lot of across the board for most positions on the team. If we're talking about the Chicago Bears here, and that's the word development. And if we're talking about a 25-year tenure at coaching up linebackers, I would like to hope a guy like the guy that you have a whole bunch of respect for, and I question every time you bring his name up, I hope he gets some real development from a guy like this, right? And in that case, I'm talking about Noah Sewell. There are some players on this team who need to develop into whatever they were drafted for. And a lot of the time, and we're talking about defense specifically here right now, but multiple positions across the board are underdeveloping, right? They're just not getting to the next level or next plateau in their own development, and we're seeing it. So I don't mind the idea of these legendary or very tenured coaches coming in, because if you have that kind of tenure, it means you've seen a lot of things, and for the most part, you've been able to lift players into that next level of what they're trying to become. And I have to respect that, right? That's what I hope transpires as we move forward. I hope a guy like, let's just say a Dominique Robinson. I know he's not a linebacker, but I hope a Dominique Robinson, if he's still on the team, if he makes a 52, I hope he is better than what we've seen in the past. I hope he improves. I hope he can be developed.
So I do have good hopes, and I got good vibes about it. I don't want to try to really judge this hire other than, you know what I mean? Hey, let's see what a veteran coach can come and bring to the table. You know what I mean? I do think there's gold in hiring veteran people that have done it for a long time and done it successfully with several different guys. I think there's gold in that, 110%. I just want to temper my expectation, because I know how, being a Bears podcaster for going on a couple of years now, I know how this goes, man. Everybody gets all excited and juiced up. Yeah. Got an all-star coaching staff. Yeah, we got this generational quarterback. Yeah, we got this, we got that. And God damn it, these motherfuckers got to get on the field and get fucking results. Period. At the end of the day, I don't care who we hire. We need results at the end of the day. And that's just me being tempering my expectations about the whole thing and hoping for the best. But I just, I can't tell people how to fan. I say this too many times, make myself puke. But I can't tell people how to fan, but I just wish I can just calm down people. Let's let these people get these guys on the field, meet them. They haven't met them at all. Only thing they've had is conversation with them on the phone. And at best, hey man, I'm gonna give you everything I got. I'm gonna try to earn your trust, and hopefully I can get yours at the same time. You know what I mean? That's the best you can ask for. When you get trust and you get respect, guys tend to want to go to another level for you, because they have a certain, connection and, just be cool. But that's all I want to say about this hire. And before I get to this next one, and that is D-line coach. Everybody thought it was going to be Dan Rochar. So I think most of the podcasters and, the sports reporters already had taken that to the bank, and we were going to hire Dan Rochar as our new D-line coach. I don't know what happened.
I think Dan Rochar is the O-line coach, dog.
O-line coach, my bad. So I messed that up. That's me. So the D-line coach is Garrett. My bad, y'all. I totally messed that up. Jeremy, like this guy right here, number one, you can see youth right there. Right off the top, you can see that he's a young guy, right? And so that part of it, I love. Here's what's interesting to me about Jeremy Garrett. I did my research on him late last night, and I took my time doing it. And I looked at multiple interviews, looked at multiple interactions that he has with his players. So I made sure that I put on, an image that reflected Auburn. And so what I have to say about that is the turnout of Auburn football players in the NFL is spectacular. He was there for a certain amount of time, but most recently, a year ago, before he took the job in Jacksonville this year and coached a bunch of those guys there. This guy is like, there's a guy in the draft and basically a nose tackle that we talked about on on one of the prospect shows that I'm really, really high on. He reminds me a lot of Akeem Hicks. He's 6'7", 300 and basically 45 pounds, 350 pounds. And he's a straight run stopper. That's what he does specifically. Trips, let me know when you're ready. I'll shut the hell up and let you do your thing. But but this guy, he's coached some really good players, and his coaching style is, to me, exactly what you want to be. He's not that rah-rah guy. He's going in there and he's asking those guys that, hey man, I want you to learn how to trust me, but first I'm going to show you that you can trust me. And so I like this guy for whatever reason. He's not a big rah-rah guy. He's not going to be spitting and hollering in people's faces, the kind of coaches that, some of our old school fans like to see. But this guy right here, I got a certain feeling about him. I think guys are going to gravitate to him. And one other thing before I pass it to you kids that stuck out about me and his way of thinking about D-line, work is he's big in rotation. He wants to basically, he likes to get as many guys as he can ready to play multiple spots. And what does Dennis Allen do well? He brings in people that can play multiple spots, from D tackle to edge rusher, all on down the line, different techniques, 2, 5, 3 technique, 1 technique, all of these things. He's cross-training all of his guys to play all of those different positions. And that's what I think that's what got him hired at Auburn and then got him hired in Jacksonville, because his ability to cross-train these guys and get them ready for not only interior tackle help, but the outside stuff and train them to play some edge too. So I think that's a particular value that he brings to the table, kid. I'm telling you, you watch some film on how he talks about this thing, and I can see how he got this job.
So what's funny is, like, you're the funny part in all this, to be honest with you. So what's funny is you're a little bit down on the hire of the old.
I'm not down on it.
I know, but just let me get through it, and you'll see what I'm saying. It's still kind of cool what they're doing, and this is why I'm teasing you a little bit. So you're a little down on the old bull, but you're hype on the young bull. What's awesome, honest to God, is that they're backfilling the young bull with additional veterancy. I love this. So they're giving this guy the opportunity to shine, and he's got somebody to lean on, being the gentleman we were just talking about a minute ago. So if he's got questions, if there's something that he's never experienced before, doesn't know about, he's got somebody to lean on who has a fair amount of defensive line coaching experience too. This works out so well for me. It's the same formula that's being used again with the head coach and the defensive coordinator. He's got somebody he can lean on who's been a head coach and can have that conversation and have access to a living, walking sounding board on the sidelines 24/7. This young man has exactly that as the linebackers coach just behind him. This is going to work out very well. Now, this is not to knock his experience with Jacksonville or anything to that effect. I think this all just simply comes together really well. And as long as we can give these young bulls the opportunity to get out there and shine and do their job, plus provide them with a mentor to grow in their position, in their status, layer that up at every level, and that's how you build that's how you build a coaching staff, yo. That's awesome. I'm so stoked about that.
I would like to echo what the kids is saying.
Yes.
As this coaching staff, this is different for the organization, as the quote unquote the number one coaching prospect is now a Chicago Bear. This organization spent $13 million a year to hire a rookie head coach when they had never fired a head coach in 200 years. But they did so with Matt Eberflus. And then we have the coach Allen, who has the veteran experience, as Kez was saying, who's been there before in the head coach role, but he is a good defensive coordinator. And he now has a staff under him who has a little bit of youth, a little bit of experience, but a lot of working together and being able to reach these players no matter what generation they are. And on the offense, even though I would prefer that the head coach be the head coach and let the offensive coordinator focus on that, even though Coach Johnson is the head coach and will be calling the plays, he has the young, up and coming, the high IQ, well respected offensive coordinator Declan Doyle, and then with the hiring of Eric Bieniemy for a lower coaching role, who also has plenty of leadership, head coaching experience, is a very good thing. And now, as long as they can all work together, and there is no way that I can see that these players will not be more held accountable for their activities, because these coaches and with the Randall L's, they will look these players in the eye and be like, bro, what the fuck? And so I like the way this is coming along from the Hallis Hall and President Warren and the George McCaskey on the way down. And it kind of funny that Nomad is the one tempering patience and trying to poo-poo the way the fans are being positive. Of course, there will always be those meathead fans who are making the reservations for the next Super Bowl and be like, yes, playoffs or bust. But it is a positive direction in the Hallis Hall.
So
now, before we go further, just a real quick, I incorporated all of the meats after I finished browning the ground beef with the garlic and a little oregano in the Italian sausage, and then in the ground beef, I also put these flavorings. Did anybody come up with the answer to what do all of these flavorings make? Let me know. But then also in the 4 cheeses quesos, I added some green chilies, some diced green tomatoes, and some black olive pieces. And so now all of the cheeses, the meats, and the flavors are going together. But then I also added, to give it a little bit more of a punch, a couple of tablespoons of the juice from the sport peppers, and then a tablespoon of juice from the banana peppers. You can use any kind of pepper juice that you have or that you like.
Okay. Are we looking at? So you pretty much done with that, right?
Yes, it's just now the flavors are melding and getting to know each other as they just simmers together. Everything that is going in there is in there.
All right. So how about this? You want me to pull away and get to something else before we finish up this, or you ready to plate it up?
We can keep letting it simmer for a little bit.
All right. Let's pull this down. Get this down right quick. Go to this scene right here, because one last thing I want to talk about as far as the D-line coach is concerned is this. And this is the value of, and I heard this, and it reminded me when I was listening to him talk about, you know, why he cross trains, you know, his athletes so hard, the D tackles and the edge rushers and the edge guys so hard, is because this is true, kids. You start with a group. So you got a group of 4, a group of 8, you know, a group of 11. If you're good, if you're really good, you got about 11 guys that you can use over the course of the year. You're going to play with mostly, you know, 6 to 8 of them, you know what I mean, for the most part. And to have every one of those guys able to go at a position at whim, you know what I mean? Hey, I need you to go in and play on this. You know, you're not going to finish with the guys you start with. And to have all of those guys ready and having those guys comfortable and playing the role and knowing the technique and the position and what you have to do comfortably. That's a value that I don't know that people realize when you're playing the game, when you're watching the game. It's like I can just put anybody in there and say, hey, Zach Pickens, I need you to go out there and play some edge reps because, you know, Montez Sweat got hurt. And is Zach Pickens capable of doing that or no? Is he capable of going there and giving you some solid edge rush reps on run fits and on pass downs? You know, that little nuance nugget that I had to drop that he reminded me of when I was listening to him on an interview is so damn important. You got to have all your guys ready to, and that's one of the beauties of what Dennis Allen does. All of his guys look the same because all of them can play all of the positions. And that's the value. That's why I think this guy got the job, is because he emphasizes having all of his guys ready to play multiple roles. And so I just didn't want to get out of this conversation without speaking to that. I think if he can bring that to the table, and you got Zach Pickens, we know Javon Dexter can get out on the edge and give you some edge help. But if you can get those other guys, you know, if you can get Booker to go in and give you some interior snaps once in a while, not all the time, but, you know, just to lay it out there in a perspective that everybody can relate to, think about the guys on the team, on the D-line. Can you get those kind of reps out of those guys? I think that's what they're looking for, kids.
You kind of blew my mind. I don't know how that works, right? Like I don't know how that works at all. If it does work, super cool. I want to see it. I'm just thinking like the way that these positions, the way that they shake out for me is there's generally like a profile for each position, really. And like what you just said kind of blew my mind, right? Imagine Booker as a DT for a couple of snaps. And I've seen my son. My son's basically the same build and length. You know, I've seen him play DT, and he was playing it at about 30 pounds heavier, which was fine. But once he dropped that weight and got down to around that 250, 247,
got pushed around a little bit, didn't he?
Oh boy, it's a different story. You need to be on that edge, and you need to add that speed, right? That it just I don't know. And then you look at a guy like Walker. And a guy like Walker can do either and or, right? He can move in, handle it, get pass rush. He can move to the outside, handle it, get pass rush. He's just that type of guy. It's an interesting thing you're saying. So, you know, maybe a guy like Booker puts on.
They're gonna have to ask him to put on a 10, 15 pound.
Yeah.
They're gonna ask him to put on some weight.
And then a guy like Pickens, maybe he drops a couple of pounds. Yep. Right? It'll be interesting. What you're saying is very interesting to me, to be honest with you. Kind of blew my mind a little bit.
It's the truth.
Well, if we remember that that big dollar bill Billings, he dropped back into coverage. So technically, he was playing linebacker, even though he's a defensive tackle. So the versatility allows for a more aggressive, confusing defense, as you can come from different positions, no diddy, and be able to get pressure on the quarterback. So if the defensive end can play defensive tackle, cool. If the defensive tackle can play defensive end, cool. So the more versatility, the better. So we can see that this coaching staff is already gearing up to be a more seasoned, a more spicy, if you will, less vanilla uh, play calling, and I look forward to this very much.
And while we're in the discussion about the particular types that they're going to be looking for, and I got a bunch of names for you all to hear about, and we're going to talk about them. Most of them, a lot of them are names that you guys want to talk about, and then some of the more familiar names. But this one here, Gabe Yakis from Illinois, I spoke about him before on another show, but I made sure that I brought him back up in this conversation so that people understand the type that they're looking for. And so they're looking for that 6'4", 6'3" to 6'6" guy, that's in that neighborhood of 265, 270, 275. Gabe Yakis is 6'3", 275-pound junior. He's strong as an ox and dominating at the line of scrimmage. And so we're talking about later on in the draft, you're talking about mid rounds where you can find some value. Look at this guy's body. Look at how he's built. Look at him from the top to the bottom, and look at this guy's stature. And he can play interior if you can he will give you interior reps if you need them. He's strong enough to really go in there, and he's quick enough to actually dominate on the interior if you ask him to go in there and slide in there and play some nose tackle. But the thing about this guy is he's got this propensity to dominate, and it's so strong. You can see it at whatever role they ask him to play, and they ask him to play multiple roles at Illinois. And so Gabe Yakis, later on in the mid to late round draft pick, this guy is going to be an absolute steal. I'm telling you. I watch Illinois because we're in Illinois, right? I watched him closely all year, and he's going to be a steal in this draft, and he is atypical for a defensive lineman for Dennis Allen. I just want to put that out there before I pass it to you kids or Trips that wants to speak on it. This is the kind of guy he's looking for.
I'm taking a look to try to find where he might wind up, but I don't see him as a listed participant right now.
Hey, he might go back in. I know he was on the if he comes out, man, this dude's gonna be a steal. Look at this dude. He's NFL ready. Now, I wouldn't go back if I was him, but I had to bring it out there. If this guy ends up in the draft, I don't even know that he's declared yet, and I don't think he has to just yet, but I think he will.
I don't think he has, because like I said, I'm scouring and searching right now, and I don't see Yakis anywhere. But
look at this body, dude. Look at that.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and I like the size, right? Like that 270, that 275 svelte is kind of what we're talking about, right? And that's, to me, that's why I kind of think the target is really like a Landon Jackson, right? In the second round. I think
you
know what I'm saying? I think that's the target. I think he fits the exact mold that we're talking about here. And if you don't get a Landon Jackson, perhaps you can find a Gabe Yakis a little bit further into the draft. But yeah, I agree with that. And I had to sort of bat around, who do I really like better between Landon Jackson, Princely, and JT. And it's tough because they're all bunched together in the second, early top of the second. And I've started to lean as much as like, and I've scouted both JT and Princely, and I think they're both fantastic edge rushers. Like, they're both very good at what they do. But because of the build, I think that a guy like Landon Jackson or Yakis can give you a little bit more if they're pushed to the inside as well. And if the requirement is there, that's kind of the type of guy you might want to have. And then you keep, just an Austin Booker on the team for straight up pass rush capability, right? But that's kind of where my headspace is.
So Trip, I had to make sure I put that up there because Trip is going to play Chef Pose here in a little bit. He's going to play Chef Pose and give you guys his version of what he would do in the offseason, whether it be free agent signings. Let me mute him for a second. Free agent signings or what he's going to do in the draft. I was giving him a tip just in case you don't get the guy you're looking for early as an edge rusher. You don't have to push it. You know what I mean? I just had to, that's one of the guys I had to put up there for you.
Well, I do appreciate that, as I am not as versed in the knowledge of the prospects. So if I am the chef in the kitchen, of which I am, you better recognize that the kids will be offering the cap solutions and the information, and then Nomad will be my head scouting director.
Okay, dope. I can handle that. And kids, don't be a tight ass. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, I'm not. You saw me go last week, man. I was all about spending that money.
I'm gonna put that up in a little bit. Oh, did I even upload that? Well, yeah, you got your stuff. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. I got your stuff. I got your stuff. But let's get to another guy. And this is a guy that I know a lot of people want to talk about. I know they just love this cat right here. And the mania going on with this cat is actually kind of irritating. I ain't gonna lie to you, but let me pull him up. Give me a second. What is wrong with my hold on. Where'd you go, dude? Talk for a second, kids, while I pull this up.
Okay. Real talk. You know what? Let me run what we did last week for now, if it's cool.
Well, no. I got you.
You found it? You got it? Okay.
I got you. Oh, where you go, dude? Where you go? Damn. What is going on? Hold on. And everybody's gonna want to talk about him while I pull him up. What happened to him?
Are you sure? I can just run this thing one time.
All right, here we go. I got you.
All right, there you go. Oh, there's the guy.
All right, got you. So Cam Scatterbo, running back from Arizona State, 5'11", 215 pounds, senior. Elite contact balance. When I say elite, I mean he has absolutely elite. There's really not. Maybe there's a close second. I know a guy that has, up there in the neighborhood of contact balance on a level of Cam Scatterbo. I know people have been asking, people have been saying stuff in the chat while we're doing shows, and it's like, hey man, what do you think about Cam Scatterbo? And so I've had to make sure we put him in here, and so we can talk about him. Cam Scatterbo. Here, let me give you the dark side first. I'm gonna give you my pessimism first. The only problem I have with Cam Scatterbo is he's too physical, and I think that you only get a good.
Explain that.
Well, I'm going to.
Okay.
I only think you'll get a certain amount of mileage out of Cam Scatterbo with the way he runs. He doesn't avoid tackles whatsoever. He doesn't avoid hits whatsoever. He wants to run through them all at 5'11" and 215 pounds, which he's well built. He's well built, but that only has a shelf life of so long. And if you're going to draft the Cam Scatterbo, you got to make sure you draft somebody to back him up, because Cam Scatterbo is going to last, I say, in a year and a half, pushing 2 years. If that, Cam Scatterbo is going to be, if he keeps running, and I don't see a tiger changing the stripes, if he keeps running the way he's running, he ain't going to last long, dude. It's just, I remember a guy named Cadillac, I forget his last name, Cadillac something out of Auburn. Really just reminded me of this. He sought out the smoke. He really sought out the smoke, man. But this guy right here terrifies me as a draft pick, because I know it's gonna be a good investment for about a year and a half, and that's it. But outside of that, the optimism is, holy shit, he's tough. He's absolutely a tough guy, man, and he acts like it. And he's the kind of guy you need in the trenches when the game gets tight and you need a play. You need your running back to run through the smoke and make a game-winning play. He's that kind of guy that you hand the ball off to him, and this guy's going to make something happen for you. All you got to do is get it blocked up, and this dude will do the finishing. You put a linebacker in front of him or a DB in front of him. I like that matchup, and I'm going to lean towards Cam Scatterbo. But absolutely spectacular back. I just don't think he has a long shelf life, kids.
Sounds like the plight of running backs in the NFL. Now, it also sounds like a certain running back that's on the Chicago Bears right now. Right? And that's what worries me. Now, is he the next Roschon Johnson, or is he more like I just kind of need David Montgomery again. It's like really what we need. We need a guy who's less concerned about running a man over, but more concerned about keeping his feet trucking. And that's where I think David Montgomery is second to none. It doesn't matter if you got him. He's going to keep them feet moving and get a couple of yards here and there just out of effort alone. That's why I miss Dave. You know what I mean? Right now, we've got a running back in that room who will just seeks out, he doesn't look for holes. He looks for humans. And he's now kind of relegated to wearing that funky helmet because he's got concussion problems. So, exactly what you're sort of saying, that longevity goes right down. I'm more interested in a guy who's less interested in contact, and he's a little bit more interested in keeping his legs moving.
Yeah, I have to agree with that, man. It's Cam Scatterbo for right now. He's so tempting, but he's slow too. He doesn't have breakaway speed.
Doesn't have that speed either.
He ain't gonna win a track meet whatsoever, dude. He's gonna get hawked down so many times, and that's a problem too. Tackle the way these big speedy guys tackle from behind, man. Dude, there's so many issues with that. As a football player, when you're getting run down, dude, there's so many ways to get hurt. Cam Scatterbo is a tough guy. I just hope he gets his money right up front and guarantees wherever he goes, because I don't think he's going to have a long shelf life. And, if the Bears get him, I'll be happy with it, but I just know they better hurry up and get another running back because he ain't going to last long.
Real talk, we need two. And I'm saying this out loud now. I expect them to do something in free agency at the running back position and something in the draft. That's what I'm hoping happens. I just don't know what that really looks like and who they're going to aim for. But we'll see, man. Like, I'm not averted to the Cam Scatterbo situation at all. I just need him to be a fair amount more dynamic than a Roschon Johnson is. And right now, he kind of looks and smells a little bit similar.
Yeah. All right, let's get to another guy right quick. Trips will let us know when he's ready. I'm going to get to another player. Pull him up in a second here. And let me see. Let's get to another running back when in the conversation about a running back. He's a very, very, very slept on prospect in this 2025 draft, and that is 5'10", 208-pound senior running back out of USC called Woody Marks. He is I'm just going to tell you this. The more and more film I watch on Woody Marks, the more and more impressed I get about what he can bring to the table. He's got that long speed for sure. He's not like Jameer Gibbs type speed, but he's up there in that. He's close to that range, not quite there, but he's patient. That's the thing that sticks out with him. You always look for that with a running back because you tend to have backs that are eager as soon as they hit the ball to hit the hole fast and that kind of thing, and they don't give the offensive line time to set up their blocks. You might have a puller, or you might have a guy that's coming to pin and really set that thing up for you so you can kind of run off at his rear end and make something out of that play. But one thing that stands out about him is he's patient in setting it up, great vision and burst. He's a natural receiver. He's pretty much everything you want. Every single thing you want as a running back. A little bit on the lighter side. He's not going to be – I think he's tough, though. So I wouldn't say that he's not tough enough to carry the load for, multiple games, because I would have probably said that about Jameer Gibbs, but he did everything and some when David Montgomery went down with that injury at 208 pounds, the same size as this guy right here. And he might be about 202 pounds or somewhere. They're somewhere in the same neighborhood, but he's got that kind of burst like a Jameer Gibbs, man. And this guy right here is probably one of the more slept on running backs in the draft. I don't hear nobody talking about him, but they should be. Woody Marks.
So what school, bro?
USC.
It is USC. So his real name is Joquavius. God love them names. I just caught that out of the woodwork here. So I'm looking for him. He is. So Crimson was asking in the chat, can we sort of get an idea as to where they're slated?
There's no way of knowing, Crimson. I
got you. So he's around 196 in the draft right now, projected. Which is fine, which means we could probably get somebody like this a fair amount later on. Same token with Cam Scatterbo is projected about 95 in the draft. So there you have both of those running backs. I'm kind of interested. We're seeing a lot in the chat by way of some of the backs folks have been looking at. And yeah, there's some interesting, they're saying sort of Swift 2.0 with him, and that's okay. Like I don't mind DeAndre Swift. I just I'm hoping for an upgrade to DeAndre Swift, if anything. So we'll see if we get somebody a little bit more, like I don't know, man. I don't know how they're gonna do all this. And like then there's talks about the other big thing, which I know we're gonna get to. So let me just shut up. I'm just gonna shut up. Trips, you want to talk about you want to touch base on Woody Marks here, bro?
Hold on, let me unmute.
Hold on, I got him.
Go ahead, Trips. Wait a minute.
Oh no, you did it, Trip. I can't unmute.
Yeah, you gotta unmute you.
There you go.
I do believe that anybody with the name Woody would go well on the staff with the head coach of Big Johnson.
That's Osama Big Johnson.
All right. That's a good one. That's a good one. Nice one. Let me get to the next guy. I know everybody wants to talk about this cat right here. Will Campbell, offensive tackle out of LSU, 6'6", 323-pound junior. He's technically superior to most of his class. And I'm gonna caveat that in just 1 second. Patient with his hands and has a nasty streak to him. I've been working my behind off trying to evaluate these guys and really come up with, because I hate running with who everybody else is talking about, like these other guys don't exist. And that really gets to the core of my soul and it irritates me. But the truth is this guy probably is the best left tackle in the draft. Overall, it's hard to find a flaw in Will Campbell's game. I don't know if he's going to fall to us. I have a hard time believing that he will, because he's that good of a left tackle, and everybody needs most teams need a solid left tackle, and he fits the bill. It's hard to find a weakness in his game. I spent a particular amount of time watching. I watched the South Carolina game a couple times, and he was against Kennard, which we'll talk about later on. I forget his first name. He's a stud edge rusher that's coming out in the draft.
I think it's Kevin Kennard, but
No, it's not Kevin. It's
Kyle
Kennard. Kennard. I watched, and I would just say that one kind of broke even. And if I had to give an overall grade, I would say Will Campbell probably won that, because he stoned the guy more than he got after the quarterback. But there's times when he got the hell beat out of him. And Kyle Kennard is going to be an elite pass rusher in this league. And so, man, I gotta give it to him, man. The more and more I watch his tape, the more and more I got to shut my damn mouth and get this guy his props, man. Will Campbell is the truth, 110%, man. I just don't think he'll fall in the category. If he falls in low enough for us to draft him and we're sitting there at the 10th pick, it's going to be hard for Ryan Poles to trade that pick at that point. I would just say that, kids.
I'm just going to be the realest person in the world and say, just because of general media / fan potential scrutiny, it's going to be a problem for Ryan Poles to consider trading this pick. I think he should, especially if this guy's gone. If the other two, oh man, I'll tell you exactly who I'm talking about. There's certain people, man. If he's off the board, if Abdul Carter's off the board, if Michael Williams is off the board, Mason Graham is off the board, Nick Scorton's off the board, and potentially Ashton Genty. Those names here, for the most part, make up your top 10, at least the top 10 that Ryan Poles should be interested in. If they're not available to him, man, he needs to get the hell out of that 10th pick. He really does. And if somehow this guy falls to him, I would probably take the pick, right? And there we go. Like really well timed with the comment.
It's a tight spot, kids. I mean, you need more, and if you're looking for a blue chip talent at that spot, and the only way you're going to get off that that 10th pick is that blue chip talent that you identify as the blue chip talent, say a Will Campbell, isn't there, and you're going to get off that 10th pick. But if he's there, he's just going to turn it into a conundrum for you, because now you're going to second guess what you want to do, because you don't expect a Will Campbell to fall to 10.
And that's the key, right? If he does fall to 10, I can't really fault Ryan Poles for just taking a heavy ham-fisted swing at him, because I believe he's that good. Although the facts remain. This is just my, no pun intended and no diddy and all that. But there's a lot of holes to fill, bro. Right? They gotta find a way to fill all them holes one way, shape, or form. And it ain't with one player. So this one player, though, I believe it will be a major difference maker on that line. So I can't, again, not for lack of trying, I can't fault Ryan Poles if he pulls the trigger here.
Yeah. You want to speak to that? Let me get Trips on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Trips.
I would like to say that now our 3 meat and 4 cheeses queso's dip is complete. It is now the flavors are together, and as you can see, it is very sticky, very gooey. And now let me take a taste. That is beautiful.
All right, set it up again, man. Let me see what you got going on one more time.
This is our 3 meats. We did the ground beef, the Italian sausage, and the bacon.
The trip dip.
And the 4 cheeses quesos. We did cream cheese, the sharp cheddar, the mozzarella, and the white blanco, the velvetas. And then we put in some green chilies, some black olives, and the rotel tomatoes. And then we have a little juice from the peppers to add the flavor, and with the seasonings aforementioned. And for the answer to the trivia, those seasonings together make taco seasonings.
Hey Trips, what did you just dip that with, man? Because that was crazy, that crunch.
These are bite-sized tortilla chips.
Oh man.
Oh gee.
So
that was crazy, man.
The mixture together, and with the seasonings, with the meats and the cheeses, will make a beautiful snack for your Super Bowl party, or anytime you would like to have a cheesy meal or snack.
That meal would make a good snack for you again. When you oh my God, that crunch, man. Well, we like to binge watch shows, man, me and my girlfriend, and we like to make little dips while we're doing it, man. That damn recipe, I ain't fronting, man. That thing looks good. It sounds good, and I want to try it. Period.
Well, as you can see, as I've done it live, you too, no matter how big or small your kitchen may be, you can choose what meat you have available to your taste, or what is available. And into of the cheeses, you put them together and you let the flavors marry, and it is a very soothing to the taste buds, and you will be doing a lot of self clam baking later tonight.
Man, Trips, I hope you share that with somebody, because if I ate all that shit in that pot, I guarantee you, man, I'll be locked up for the next couple of weeks.
Hey, Cliff Victoria ain't joking.
All right, let me pull it down, man. Great.
Please share some of the comments.
Yeah, man. You put any cumin or chili powder in there? Yeah.
I did. That was the chili powder, the cumin, the garlic powder, the onion powder, the oregano, the paprika, a little salt, and a little cayenne pepper. And all those together are taco seasonings. So if you are out of taco seasoning,
there you go.
You do not have to get the individual packet. you use these spices and you mix it up together yourself.
You're damn straight you do. That's how the real G's do it. That's how the real G's do it. Cliff knows, man. And it's funny because I kind of learned on my own. Like you just smell them things sometimes. You go in your spice cupboard and your spice rack. You just get a little gust of that cumin, and you're like, okay, I know what this is. I know where this should be. Same thing with that chili powder. You know what it is. You know where it should be. Mix those babies together, and there's your Tex-Mex. You're off to doing that Tex-Mex thing, man.
I love everything in that dish, Trips. Just to finish it up, I love everything. There's nothing in that dish that I wouldn't do personally at home myself. Everything, the ground beef, the Italian, the bacon, the queso cheese. And that's something that a lot of people don't even know that's available in Velveeta at the grocery store because people are so used to getting the yellow cheese, they probably walk right on past the queso cheese is right next to it because you don't know what the hell it is. Well, you know, sometimes you have to talk to people like they don't know and so on. That's me telling you guys queso cheese is available. It's at your favorite Mexican restaurant too, but you can get it right there in your grocery aisle at your own store.
I just happen to have some right here, but
you got some now?
I just happen to have some. I want to pick some up. I'm just telling you, man. I went to the grocery store today, boys. Like, man, so in Canada for a minute, there's this one grocery chain that everybody we basically boycotted it for a couple of months here in Canada because we're like, these prices are astronomical. So I've been going to Walmart for the last little while, and Walmart's been great dollar for dollar. I hit this spot up today just to check it out and see, man. Good Lord, I must have spent $10 a piece on queso and salsa. And I'm personally insulted, and I need therapy because I don't know what the hell that was. I'm still angry. So like I'm saying.
Well, as we converse right here on the Nomad at Night, the extra sauce, we were at a war with the Canuck, with his country, the USA versus Canada, and it is some crazy political nonsense that is going on with our country, and on behalf of America, we do apologize.
Well,
and as the supply and the demand, and then the manufacturing, and then possibly the tariffs, and then the prices going up, it would be like that movie. I believe it was either The Running Man, where Maria Conchita Alonso went to the soda machine and said, "Oh my God, $55 for a Coke." And this is where we are almost now, where the poor people will be on the outside, like the mob in the RoboCop, watching the rich and the powerful and the famous on the big monitors as they live their life. That is capitalism. That is capitalism, and it is very unsustainable as the wage gap gets further and further from the haves and the have-nots.
Before you answer that, kids, let me just mention, because Paul Rodriguez says, "Good show, fellas. I gotta roll out." He probably got to get up and go to work in the morning.
Paul.
He left you with this. He said, "Trips, draft trenches, man." That's what he's saying before you get into the draft. And so, I just wanted to make sure I got Paul's comment up here. Appreciate you, Paul Rodriguez, for that. But before we get into that whole conversation, kids, I'll let y'all tear that up a little bit later on. Let me roll off a few of these players, man. I'm gonna change the screen up again. Trips. Let me go here. Let me get to a couple more of these guys, man, that I know you guys want to talk about. Here's another guy. Here's a guy at Michigan, man. Mason Graham, defensive tackle, 6'3", 320-pound junior. Man, I think the twitchy part of what I'm about to describe with Mason Graham is the thing that really sticks out.
Who's your comp?
Mason Graham?
Yep.
Oh.
I heard one crazy comp. I'm wondering if you have the same one.
I'll give you one in 1 second. It's hard to give you a comp of this guy. Twitchy big fellow with a rare first step. Great hand fighter. That's one of the things that underline about the commentary I'm giving you right now is he's really, really good with his hands. And all of the Michigan guys, for whatever reason, that coach down there is excellent with teaching and training these guys how to, shed blocks is what I'm trying to get at. The shed blocking part about football when you're playing in the trenches, whether it be, a defensive tackle, an edge rusher, or a linebacker for that matter. The tool set of being able to shed a block and using your hands as a weapon is an very underrated characteristic that you need when you're playing in the trenches. And I would say that along with D tackles and edge rushers, linebackers, I can say that same thing about them as well. They play in the trenches. And so that thing about him is different than most of the guys that are in his class right now. Great hand fighter, good situational awareness. What do I mean by that? Knowing the down and distance, understanding, what his role is on that play in that particular moment in the game. He seems to understand exactly when to turn it up to his next level because he's got a next level twitch and first step, and he can use it to his advantage whenever it needs. And, that part about him, and he's great in the run game too, knowing how to detect, whether it's going to be a run play or not, seeing the formation, how the linemen are kind of split, or they're that kind of thing that any defensive lineman is going to need to know. What are they trying to do to you, son? Can you see the alignment? Can you see the formation? Can you detect based on the film that you've seen? Can you get a guess as to what's coming in front of you? That's what I mean by situational awareness. He is very bright when it comes to that. He can see it before it happens, kind of. You know what I mean? So that gives him a specific advantage when it comes to a lot of his his peers. He's at another level with that, man. He's reading the plays very, very well, and that's giving him a better advantage and helping him get off the ball a whole lot faster than he probably should. And so I think Mason Graham's, I guess the best. I think he's a bigger Tommy Harris. Tommy Harris had an amazing twitch.
All right. Okay. So the comp that I've heard, and I will accept the Tommy Harris comp too. Now I can't wait till I actually sit down and really start to zero in on all these guys, man. I know you're in there doing it every day. So the comp that I heard for this guy was Aaron Donald. And I was like, no. But as soon as you start in with the hand fighting thing, that's where Aaron Donald kind of set himself apart. Really at that, he's a heck of a lot smaller.
He's a bigger tackle.
I was going to say Aaron Donald's a lot smaller than this guy is, right? He's much bigger than both Tommy Harris and Aaron Donald. So I can dig it. I can dig it. But my only beef, and it's just a real beef, is that we be bringing Mason Graham onto this squad, and what does that do, right? If we were to actually draft him, that bumps Gervon Dexter out. So I don't know. I think we just need more from the guy who's there doing it right now. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of my headspace for Mason Graham, but not to knock the talent or what he can do. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm under the impression that this guy is super legit, and I got to spend some time taking a look at him at that DT position because, well, we could use a little bit of help. I'm just not sure if he's the guy we need to be focused on at that number 10 position. But whoever gets him, it'll be a problem.
So I would add this. I think because of his size, being 6'3" and 320 pounds and being that athletic, quick and twitchy and fast, because I would say that if he had a weakness, if I had to point out a weakness about Mason Graham, you see 320 pounds, you expect him to have a really solid anchor and people can't move him around, but he gets moved around quite a bit. And so I would be less excited about his position versatility when it comes to playing nose. I wouldn't want to see him take too many nose reps because the bigger guys, they're going to get a whole bunch of combo blocks and completely moved out of the way. His real Superman comes when he's playing 3-tech.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It would be the replacement for Gervon Dexter, and I'm not sure if we're in the market as yet in that respect. But I think this kid would be an upgrade to Gervon. I wish I was lying about that, but I think he'd be a major upgrade, to be honest with you.
Well, you know, I'm not gonna rush to that judgment, you know, because I have to wait until I see all of them on the next level. But I think he projects high. I like his. I don't. Other than his, you know, and he's pretty strong, man. You know, I don't say stuff about his base and his anchor lightly. You know what I mean? I know enough about him to know that he is really, really strong. But the combo blocks are going to move him completely out of the picture. He's not as strong as Javon when it comes to that. I've seen Javon whoop the shit out of double teams and make the play. You know, that is, you know, he's not as twitchy as Mason Graham, but Javon Dexter has a certain kind of special that he's got going on too. So,
yeah,
you know, it'd be basically trading one thing for another.
So Minister Charles brings up something important that I've also read about this young man and the Michigan defense, is that they rotate a lot, right? So Minister Charles is saying his counterpart Kenneth Grant.
Wait a minute before you go there.
You're sorry. I didn't realize you had him in the Rolodex.
I'm gonna take you there. Don't worry about it. Any more comments about Mason?
Well, no. The comment is really just about the Michigan defense and the rotation that happens there. So you may not have seen it, Minister Charles. Maybe that's not as accurate as one would like to know. So we'll see.
All right. Let's get to Minister Charles's point.
There he is.
Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, 6'3", 339-pound junior. One of the rarest combinations of speed, strength, and power that I have ever seen. And I mean that with 100% clarity, 110% clarity. See a guy this big and to be as twitchy as he is at that size.
Wow.
He is, I mean, like, here's the only problem I have. I'm going to give you the downside first. This is the only problem I have. I want to see it consistently. You know, I want to see that consistently every down. I want him to elevate his, you know, I need him to play like I'm the biggest, baddest dude on the field each and every play, and ain't shit you can do about stopping me. And I'm saying that he showed it quite often, but I need to see that shit 100% of the time. If he does that, I'm telling you, kids, if he does that, there will be no more dominant player in the NFL than Kenneth Grant if he takes that mindset. You know, it's just going to be about him getting to this next level, getting used to the speed, power, and the profession that is offensive lineman, and they know all the tricks of the trade, and learning what they're trying to do to him and learning what he needs to do to defeat it. And I think it's mostly for him, it's going to be, I'm going to just dominate my space. I don't care who you put in front of me. If it's one-on-one, no chance in hell. If it's a combo block, you can't stop me with that. I'm going to defeat that too. That's the mindset he's got to have. But I think the sky's the limit for a guy like this. I just want to see on the next level where we have the mindset to conquer what's going to be in front of him. And it's going to be a lot. But if he does, he's going to be one of them dudes. He's going to be basically a Chris Jones that just dominates when nobody can stop him. That's what we're looking at right here.
See, so Minister Charles is saying Grant is the reason Graham looks so good. And that's kind of what I was trying to get to. Because of that rotation and the way that these two pair up, it works, and it works very well. And that's kind of what I need to see on film to determine who's the real one versus who's the fake one. Right now, as far as the scouting public is concerned, they're leaning towards Mason Grant. Or sorry, Mason Graham is the guy. Kenneth Grant is
before you finish
top 10 versus the other being a little bit further back in the draft.
I'm gonna let you finish your comment, but I do have to echo something Minister Charles is saying. He's saying, and he watches Michigan football. I watch it when I got one of my kids is on the team. He's a corner. I'm not gonna mention his name, but somebody I help. I'll just leave that there because I almost said something. But he's right about Mason Graham is really good because he sees a lot of one-on-ones because of this big dude right here.
Mm-hmm.
And so just keep that in mind. And I'm glad that Minister Charles pointed that out. I might have got ahead of my skis and not mentioned that when I was talking about Mason Graham. He gets a lot of one-on-ones because this big dude in the middle.
So he's swallowing it up both double teams all day long.
He's not lying about that.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead, kids.
No. I basically rounded out what I was trying to say. It's interesting to me that both of these guys in that rotation really complement each other, and I hope that they wind up on teams where they have a complementary situation to sort of add to what they bring to the table. So that's really where I am with this. I can see a Kenneth Grant falling to the Chicago Bears in one way, shape, or form, and I think it would be very beneficial because a guy like this will help us shore up that run situation, right? It was a
So
bit of a sib last year.
if he's here, whatever 3-tech you have here is gonna eat and eat well, because you can be assured that 9 times out of 10, if there's gonna be a double team, it's gonna be on Big 78. Because if you don't, he's gonna eat and eat well. You see him mixing up his food right there.
Oh, he's
No
cooking.
joke. No joke. You better not try to block this cat one-on-one. I don't think there's an offensive lineman in the league that can really hold him one-on-one. Really, he's just gonna whoop anybody that if he's determined that day, ain't nobody in front of him can beat him.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say that, man. Kenneth Grant is I think he's a special player, and we'll see when it comes down to it if we get him. Here's another guy that I'm really, really high on. Edge Rusher Kyle Kennard. And I just got through speaking about him. I'll continue that conversation here in a minute. 6'5", 254-pound senior. He's a blur off the offensive line. Speed rusher de jour. For a guy that big, people don't think 6'5", 254 pounds is big, but he's bigger and stronger than he looks. He's bigger and stronger than he looks. 6'5" is big. It's a long guy, and he's got long arms. But the 254 pounds, tends to give me a little bit of pause when it comes to, what's your typical edge rusher type for Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen prefers a guy a little bit heavier than that. But I don't think he's going to turn his nose up to a guy like Kyle Kennard if given the opportunity. That blur off the line and the violent hands and the explosiveness, you can't. I mean, he's probably one of, if not the most slept on edge rusher in the draft, because so many people are talking about so many other guys and so high on them. Kyle Kennard is a beast. Straight up. I think the best matchup that he had that I seen on film was the one with him and basically Will Campbell. Will Campbell did a decent job at slowing him down and giving him some resistance, but Will Campbell got the hell whipped out of him a couple of times, 2 or 3 times I can think of right off the top of my head by this guy, and that's not normal for Will Campbell. He's usually the winner in most of those battles. But this guy right here, I seen him I think he probably gave him more problems than I've seen out of the edge rushers that he faced all season. Was this guy right here, Kyle Kennard. He's better than you think he is.
Well, I don't know if he is. I think he's actually just as good as should be thought. He's in a weird position in the draft, and I think the team that gets him is a lucky squad. That much I can say. I do know he's got a high football IQ. I've watched a little bit of his film. High motor. He's all over the place. He's fast. He's got quick hands. I like what he brings to the table. He's the right length and size as far as I'm concerned. I guess a little bit.
If you project him, kid, you can see him putting on another 10 pounds and still being a blur.
I can see him in the 260. I can easily see him in the 260, to be honest with you. And I think that would bode well for him, given how fast he is and how explosive he is already. So I'm interested, right? I'm interested in him if for one reason or the next they're not able to get one of the 3 guys in front of him. There's actually like 4 or 5 guys in front of him, but the 3 that I was talking about earlier on, JT, Princely, and Landon, those 3 guys, right? Those are the guys that I would be targeting. But if for one reason or the next you make a different selection at the top of the second, and you can get your hands on a Kyle Kennard towards the back of the second or early in the third, yep, I'm with it. There's an edge rusher for you for sure.
Here's one more guy. This is the last guy I got for the night. I'm just trying to prime up Trips for his draft because he's about to be drafting here in a minute. But just some guys that I thought that it's not getting a lot of attention and should be talked about a little bit at least. We're talking about Fitz. We're talking about Dennis Allen type, long, big, and can give you some interior snaps and things like that, can move along the line of scrimmage. Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State, 6'5", 272-pound junior. He's long with a quick burst. Guys as long as him aren't necessarily associated with quick get off and burst, right? They're usually a little bit more sluggish because they're so big and long. But he's got good power when setting the edge. I think he's more of a, okay, this is what I want you to be later on. He's not that ready-made product that you would want coming out of the draft. And I don't think most of them are, but he's definitely not going to be, exactly what you want him to be right from the jump. It's going to be a couple of guys like Culinary. I think he's going to come in and take off right away. And I think this guy right here is going to take a year or so to get used to the NFL power and the NFL technique and that kind of thing. But I think you got you something if you got time to develop it, is what I'm trying to get at. I think he's a good late round option if you want to really bolster up your defensive line and get the big, long guys that can be versatile inside, outside, and give you some good coverage and versatility in that rotation. This is a guy you want to look at later on in the draft, and just keep your eye on that.
See, I like the size and length. Unfortunately, I just did the research on this young man. He just announced that he's going to return to Nittany Lions.
Oh, he is. That must have. Hey, I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, so I'm just letting you know, because I was searching to find out where he's ranked, and he
probably should. He probably should. The more and more I looked at him on film, the less and less I thought he was ready. But it looked like when I made this graphic that he was going to come out at the time. It definitely sounded like he was. But hey, my bag on that, man, because I thought he was coming out. He'd be a late round, one of those 4th, 5th round guys at this point. I think he's trying to get himself in that 1-2 conversation, 1st or 2nd round.
Makes sense.
Him, man, I think he needs it.
Yeah, one more year on the field development makes sense to me.
All right, if Triple R, who I'm about to bring on the screen right now, if he is ready, if you're ready to cook up your cooking up, what you ready to do, Trips?
Well, I was trying to set up the other camera, but it is almost as if the system is not recognizing the camera as a thing anymore. And it's very weird, as it always just as an option for, a camera selection. And considering that I was just using it, and now it's not there anymore, I do not know. So I have to set up this secondary cellular phone camera and utilize that for the rest of the program, as we are calling an audible on the fly.
Nicely played.
How about this, Ked? You got your intro down in there. If you want to set it up and intro this part of the show, you the quarterback, man.
All right, let's do a little bit of that. Let's see. How about this?
Bearing down harder than ever before. Nomad Live, Nomad at Night. Follow us for some extra sauce on Wednesday night. Bear down, y'all.
Franchise mode. Franchise mode. Only on the Nomad Network.
Yeah. That's a franchise mode intro. And recap from round 1. We kind of ran through things there the other day. All right, it's Crimson. We love you, brother. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate it, dog. Appreciate it, man. But yeah, man. You know what I mean? That's franchise mode. We're gonna jump in with Chef Trip. We're gonna do it and take a closer look at what we can do with these Chicago Bears if Trip was the guy. So bear with me here. I'm gonna bring things to light, and we're gonna start this off right. Oh yeah, there it is. Courtesy of Pro Football Network. Let's get into free agency there, Chef.
Okay, let's get down and dirty. Quarterback position, we have the Caleb Williams and the T-Bag. And the other guy from the practice squad. Is that correct?
We have yes, we have all 3 of those gentlemen on the squad. Caleb Williams.
A question: who was the backup to Jared Goff in Detroit last year?
It was what's his name? Damn.
Let's find out.
This year or last year?
This past season under the offensive coordinator of Ben Johnson.
Black quarterback. I forget his name.
Oh, Hendon Hooker. Yeah, you got it. Hendon Hooker.
Teddy Bridgewater.
And Teddy Bridgewater was the second one.
Okay, so Teddy Bridgewater was the older guy with more experience. Hendon Hooker is an older guy, but he's still a rookie quarterback. Mm-hmm. So it is logical to conclude that T-Bag could be the backup quarterback as a bridge, unless there is an offer big enough that Ryan Post cannot refuse, such as anything 4th round and up, as T-Bag was a UDFA. So I do not want to do anything in the quarterback room, long story short.
Okay.
Tyson Bagent, by the way.
No. You didn't have to explain that to me. I know exactly what he's talking about. He's been calling it T-Bag for about 3 years. Anyhow, so yeah, I just wanted to come down here and show you what Tyson Bagent's salary situation looks like, and you're bang on. I wouldn't touch. I'll be frank here. I wouldn't touch. Obviously, you're not going to do anything with Caleb Williams. I wouldn't do anything with Tyson Bagent either. The savings would be just around $1 million. So that's good to have. But then we got to go find another quarterback with $1 million. And let's be frank, that's going to be tough sledding as it is, right? So we'll move on from quarterback. It looks like no dice there. What I will sort of give you is sort of an overlay of how this all works, right? So first thing to note, here's our cap overall, $277 million, 0.5. Carryover is $5 million from last season. That's basically what we cut out of Nate Davis. We owe Nate Davis $5 million. Reserved for draft picks, already taken care of. There's $12 million set aside for the draft. So that gives us an active cap hit of $200 million, dead money of $2 million, leaving us with $62 million to spend. And if you take a look now at the remaining, the players as they stand, here's the type of money that we may be able to save from some of these, higher paid players. So,
okay, I just so you know, I cannot see what is on that screen as it is too small. So you would have to narrate, but keep laying out the parameters, and I will make it easy and go room by room, and then we can go player by player, and you can inform me of this information.
Give me a second. Maybe I can make it a little bit bigger.
That will not help.
No. You're in the other room. Okay, no, or you're actually on your phone. I'm with you. Okay, cool.
Yes, I am still in the kitchen at the Shea Trips, but I do not have the advantage of a monitor to see. No, so it is good to know that the cap is $62 million. Now, is there a question of, is it true or not that the cap is going up next season, or is that just the baseball in a different league that I am confused?
Is it? What did they add? Like 15 million to it or something like that?
Almost every season, there's between $15 and $25 million added to the cap. So at this time, that hasn't been announced. It usually gets announced very close to the draft, to be honest with you. So you kind of have to make your moves with or without that, and just hope that that sort of pops up as well. So there's probably an additional bump of 20, about 20, I don't know, about 20 million. We'll just sort of stick in the middle there.
The cheese on this dip is crazy on the tree meat for Jesus Queso's dip. It is delicious. It is beautiful. All right, so let us move.
Because he's going to need to take a shit. But real quick, Kaz, real quick, the easiest way to do this is go by position and tell him keep or cut. If he says keep, tell him how much it's going to cost. If he says cut, okay, just move on. But he can't see it, so that's the best way to go about it.
All right, let's go to the running back room is squared away. Now to the quarterback room is squared away. Now to the running back room. We have DeAndre Swift, who just signed a free agent contract last season. How much would it cost us to cut DeAndre Swift?
So here's what it looks like by way of cutting DeAndre Swift. Basically, would only net us $500,000. So not a real benefit in cutting him. I can restructure a DeAndre Swift. If I restructure DeAndre Swift, we would save an additional $3 million. So potentially I'm extending him. But in the end, we're going to wind up getting two backs to replace him. We just sit him on the bench. He makes his money.
Well, how long, if we restructured, how many years is that?
It's only $3 million, so we can swallow that in a year. Heck, we don't even.
So if we restructured, how long would he be under contract for?
Quite frankly, we can restructure him without extending him as well. So I mean, you know what I mean? It's just
okay. So I would like to restructure D Swift, please.
Done. All right,
okay, Travis Homer. How much to release the Travis Homer?
Nomad gonna yell at you in a minute, dog. You can't just...
Nomad can shut the fuck up.
Nomad can what?
Set your ass down.
All right. So for some reason he's not on this particular list. He'll be on the next side. So we'll just put a pin in Travis Homer.
Okay. Now the Roshan Johnsons. He is concerning me with his health issues with the concussion, which is not very good for a running back who is constantly hitting his head a lot. So he is under a rookie contract, so he will remain on the team. But I would like to put a note that I want to draft a running back later in the draft and bring in a UDFA, and hopefully the Wheeler from this previous draft, his ACL is healed up and he can also compete as well. So put a pin in running back for later in the draft and UDFA.
Love it. Where do you want to go next?
And then now there is another in the running back room, is there not?
So no. So you touched on Wheeler, you touched on Travis Homer, you touched on E. Swift and Roshan Johnson. That's all. That's the four of them.
What you gonna do with Roshan?
He is under his rookie contract. He can come back to compete and prove that he is healthy.
All right.
So he can remain as where he is. There is no need to release him now, and there is no need to restructure him as he's still under his rookie contract. Is that correct?
I think
I'm in full agreement with you.
Slide to receiver and then come back around. You're gonna have to circle back around anyway.
What are we circling back around for?
Well, because you're gonna have to fill out the roster afterwards.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it sounds like you have an issue with the Roshan Johnsons.
I don't. Not one whatsoever.
So then why are you talking?
So no man can shut the fuck up. What he said. All right.
Set your ass down.
All right. Okay. So all right. So where do you want to go next?
All right. Now that we have the quarterbacks and the running backs set up, let's move on to the wide receivers. We have DJ Moore, who just signed a contract last season. So I do not think there is a real need or savings to restructure him, and we are not trading him, and we are not getting rid of him. We can move on. Rome Odunzes is the rookie under his rookie contract. He is good to go. Tyler Scotts, he is also under his rookie contract, so he should be good to go. I would release DeAndre Carter. I would bring back Colin Johnson under a whatever minimum deal that would be, as I do not think it would be very expensive. And then also for the Kambati, bring back the receiver that was Caleb Williams' friend from school, the Jackson or the Johnson or whatever his name is.
Why
Now
you
tell
want to
me,
do that?
because we need bodies to run the routes when we want to give the veteran players the day off or some rest, and there is the comfortability because they're homies from the college.
All right, fine, college homies.
And he is not expensive, and it's very low on the wide receiver depth chart. So the familiarity seems like A plus.
Okay, so we're going to look at those two guys. Two of the wide receivers in question will be a part of the second part of this exercise. So no worries. We'll circle back to Colin Johnson and DeAndre Carter as far as dollars and cents are concerned. The rest of the guys, basically, you're saying you're going to keep with the exception of DeAndre Carter. So we'll cut him in a minute on the other side.
And also the Killian Allen. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, he's gone. He's already gone. So we're good there. Actually, my bad. He'll be on the next page as well, but we're not going to retain it. That's just crazy stuff. So I'm
okay.
Yeah. Where do you want to go?
So now we can move to the tight ends.
TE. So this
All
gets
right. Cole Kmet, he just signed a new deal, so I do not think it would be prudent or even save any monies to restructure him now, would it?
It saves a lot. So, and I got screamed at. I'm sorry, chat. I'm for bringing this up again. So I got yelled at when I cut him, and then I brought him back, I believe. So this guy, Cole Kmet, can save you about $5 million if you restructure. You put that $5 million into the future. That's my suggestion as opposed to cutting him. And then we've got the big homie Gerald Everett.
Well, hold on, time out. What is the difference? Restructuring, I thought meant was that you push the debt down the road, but you give it in a signing bonus up front, so it comes out of the cap right now, as opposed to pushing it, kicking the can down the road. What is the difference?
So the difference is this does kick the can down the road. It is, as far as the player is concerned, it's turned into a bonus, but we still have to pay it out. So we have to pay it out down the road, that $5 million. Perhaps it is split into smaller portions over the course of the next 5 seasons, but that's how they restructure it, right? So
what is his salary, Cole Kmet's?
Cole Kmet's salary right now is $11.6 million. So if we were to
if we were to restructure, how much would it be?
So if we restructure, the salary goes down to 5.7 million, and we gain.
And how many years is it stretching it out?
It would only, again, with it being 5 million, it would only stretch out over the course of one season. We don't need multiple seasons to pay 5 million.
So the savings immediately would be 5 million.
Yeah.
And we're kicking 5 million down the road.
Yeah.
We'll put a pin in that.
Okay.
Everett can go.
Okay. All right.
Mercedes Lewis can go.
Okay. Let me see if Mercedes Lewis is on this list right now. Everett is gone. That saves, and that's really where I was going next. It saved us an additional $5 million too. So I'm not averted to that move either. So we've now got 71 in cap space. So we've increased it quite a bit. What other room you want to look at?
Now we go to the offensive line to finish out on the offense. Now at tackle we have Braxton Jones, who is due to be re-signed soon, correct?
Yeah. So he's making. We can cut him and save $3.5 million. If we cut him, he's making 3.6. So it's almost a vanilla situation.
And how many more years is before he do? Another year, another 2 years?
I think he's next year. Next year is when they would have to actually sign him. So this year
So
he's
Braxton Jones, I say we leave him alone. There is no need to restructure him at all. Now, Larry Borms can.
Trip, I gotta put you on hold. Something just came up. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
1 second.
All right. I don't know. I'll jump in right now. So what are we talking about? Braxton Jones?
Now, Larry Borms, is Larry Borms under contract, or does he have to be released, or what is his situation?
His contract, his rookie contract has expired. We have to decide whether we think he's a good enough swing tackle to keep on the roster, and whether we see, which is the way I see it, I think you see Braxton Jones as your next swing tackle, because I think you're going to draft a tackle.
Thank you very much for your input. I will take it under advisement and considerations.
Okay.
Now, Larry Borm can go. Now we are looking at the who is it? Curran? Jake Curran is the third tackle. He's a free agent, so we have to re-sign him if necessary, or we do not know. So we do not have to worry about him. So we need to have tackles on our grocery list, and when we go shopping in the draft and in the free agency. So on the interior, I would re-sign Matt Pryor as a backup. He was very serviceable and very reliable as a backup, and he should not be expensive. Coleman Shelton, I would also bring back under a 1-year contract, as he should not also be expensive, but his ceiling we hope to increase. But for right now, his snaps were professional enough, and with the better coaching and the better play calling, putting the players in a better position to succeed, I believe that he will be that much better as a backup in that role. Now, D. Bates, I believe he has another year, but it would be very wasteful to have to release D. Bates, even though he has not been reliable because of health. But because we gave a draft pickup for him in Detroit, and he's still under contract, I would still retain him on the team. I would not empty that position to fill it again. I would let him retain that position. The Kramer, I believe the quasi fullback, if you will, Kramer. I believe he is also under the contract, under his rookie deal, so he can keep his roster spot for now.
Really?
Tevin Jenkins.
Okay, keep going.
Tevin Jenkins can go.
Oh.
Bill Murray, I believe he is just a young backup guy, a body for cap. If he's healthy, he can also be retained at a minimal contract. Did I miss anybody? And Karan Imagaji, he is still under his rookie's contract, so he can stay back, and hopefully he is healthy, and he can bat out for whatever position they see fit. Who else did I miss, or anybody did I miss on the offensive line?
Well, before you say something, what I heard while you was out, kids, is I think he's bouncing Larry Bourne. I think he's keeping Braxton Jones, and I think he's keeping what's Big Boy's name? Big Pryor. He wants to keep him.
Good call.
I think he wants to keep Curran, I believe, too. That's what I think I heard when you
said. He also said he wants to keep Coleman Shelton. So here's what I'm going to do to sort of speed the world up for you a little bit. We're going to get over to all of those guys. Really, on this page, all it's looking at is just a big, huge contract. So we've addressed DeAndre Swift. We've addressed Gerald Everett. He's been cut. There's probably 3 other people that you probably want to talk about just by dollars and cents. And those people are Montez Sweat, potential restructure, saves us $13 million or gains us $13 million now. DJ Moore will probably ignore. Again, $15 million restructure situation. I think the other guys that you want to consider here again would be Jalen Johnson, restructure, not cut. Or you could cut or restructure Tremaine Edmonds. So the Tremaine Edmonds cut saves us, it nets us $4 million cutting Tremaine. But again, then you got to go and find another linebacker. And that's where the downside of this is.
Yeah, that does the $4 million is not really the savings to find another starting middle linebacker.
Exactly. So if you might consider restructuring Tremaine and pushing $6 million into the future, then even though he hasn't lived up to his contract, you can get a little bit of a bump and potentially get something else to fill one of those holes with $6 million bucks.
How much to restructure the sex freak?
The sex freak restructures $10 million. Can't be cut. It costs us money. But a restructure, you get $10 million on the sex freak. I know exactly who he's talking about. Do I even have to say the man's name?
Don't say
and
it.
What was the other position? Was it TJ Edwards? No.
So
he's not expensive billings. He just resigned.
TJ Edwards.
The Sweats. How much was the savings for the Montez Sweats?
Montez Sweat savings is $13 million.
And what about Walker? What is his situation?
DeMarcus Walker is in a situation you don't really want to touch, but basically he's making $5 million this year. The dead money $600,000, and if we cut him, we get the $5 million back. Right, so he's not in a restructure situation. He's at the end of his contract in his final year. We'll have to re-sign and make that decision next year, or we cut him now. Up to you.
Well, no, I would like to restructure the Montez Sweats.
How are you feeling? Cut.
Not cut, restructure.
Yep, no, I'm with you. So we restructure Montez Sweat. We're now up to 84 in cap space. Any of the other big money contracts that you wish to restructure? Tremaine Edmonds?
Tremaine Edmonds, the savings was only $5 million. Let's leave that alone. But the Jalen
Johnson?
Yes. Restructure saved how much?
Restructure with Jalen Johnson saves $10 million.
And we will do that too, please.
Okay. All right. So let's move forward into the draft or into the next phase of all this. Now you've got $94 million in cap space grand total. I think you can do some damage, bro. Does that sound good?
Now that does sound very good, but I always get very, very, very suspicious when people ask me if it sounds good when I know it sounds good, because you are trying to sell me a timeshare or something else.
I don't have any timeshares to sell you or bridges in California.
The pyramid scheme.
You know what I'm saying? None of the above. Basically, all I'm saying is that we can get to the next part, which is a little bit more where your headspace is, and we can go through all of these guys now that this little exercise is done. Personally,
let us proceed.
Let us proceed. I would stack on Tremaine Edmonds if I was trying to sell you something, but let's move forward. Boom. That's what it looks like, showing you the entire league and what they've done, who's been restructured, cut, and what have you. Doesn't look like we did too many cuts here, but that's fine. So now we got to look at the entire team one more again. Do we want to re-sign anybody? Do we want to franchise tag anybody? I'm going to sort of tell you right now, I don't think there's a human being that requires a franchise tag at this present moment. Everybody's been retained and signed and or extended. So it's really just a question of whether we want to re-sign any of these characters.
I would like to re-sign the Kyler man. The Kyler man.
Oh, is he on this list? Let's see. Kyler. I think Kyler's fine.
But isn't he due to be re-signed?
No, final year.
As is Brisker?
No, final year. We can re-sign during the season, so we're okay. Guys who are required to re-sign are some of the guys that you just mentioned on that offensive line. So we'll go through again. Doug Kramer. Do you wish to re-sign Doug Kramer?
For the low, yes.
For the low, I'm with it. Let's give him $1 million. Not on a 3-year, but on a 2-year. Sound good? 2-year, $1 million. Boom.
That will suffice.
Doug Kramer rejected it like he's a bad man. Okay.
Well, he can go. Well, or do we raise the offer incrementally?
I don't know. You know what I mean? That's Doug Kramer.
Well, I mean, 1.5 million.
I'll try with 1.2. I bet you I can get him for 1. Hell, I'm going for 1.1. A little bit more up front, 15%. Boom, took it. All right, you got yourself some Doug Kramer love. Gerald Everett, we cut him. You want to do anything with that?
Wish him well.
Peace, Gerald. There is another running back, Darrington Evans. Any interest in re-signing Darrington Evans?
Is he under contract or is he a free agent?
He was under contract towards the end of the season. Never saw the light of day as far as the field is concerned. I really like this kid, but between me and you,
how old is he?
I can find out for you in a heartbeat.
I think just if I can say anything, I think you got to give Kyler's in his contract. Yeah, I think you got to give him a little money.
He's not on this list. It doesn't let me give him money.
Oh, okay.
As far as this list is concerned, so I don't see him there. If he was, I'm totally with you. I would give him money too. Somebody else okay, so here's guys you talked about before. So Matt Pryor's on this list. How long would you like to sign Matt Pryor for? 2-3 years?
Do not get crazy now, please.
Okay.
1 to 2 years.
1 to 2 years. We'll give him a 2-year contract. We will try $1.1 million. We'll give him 15% up front. Oh, didn't like it. Let's try again. I think he's important to keep. We'll try 1.2. I'll give him a little bit more up front. 25%. Didn't like it. We'll try again. Matt Pryor ain't getting away. He's to me, he's pretty important. Give him 1.3. 2 years. I'll give you 40% up front. He took it. All right. Resign Matt Pryor on the low. Real talk. Mercedes Lewis, you said bye-bye earlier on. You said Larry Borum bye-bye as well. You said Keenan Allen bye-bye. What about a Josh Blackwell, cornerback?
I can re-sign him for another 1-year deal.
1-year deal.
What is it? How old is he?
He's young.
So, okay, 2-year deal. Nothing outrageous, but he is a nice depth piece, and he is very good on these special teams.
Okay, I'm going to give him a 1.2, 30% up front. He took it. Boom. Love it. That's what we want to do. Josh Blackwell's in the building. Jonathan Ford. So I'm not sure if you paid much attention to John Ford. John Ford was the big body that came in towards the end of the season from Green Bay and helped.
Yes, I would like to re-sign him, please.
There you go. He was a solid little acquisition.
He was a big fella. He was very active off the line and fast off the ball, and he got pressure on the quarterback, and he made tackles in the run game. So the limited snaps that he got coming from the Packers practice squad, he looked very good, and I would like to see him develop.
He's back. John Jackson, I'm giving you no more than this for 1 year.
Wait, John Jackson is
okay. It's cool. We got him. You
Wait,
ready?
Who's John Jackson?
That's Caleb Williams' homeboy that you wanted in as a camp body.
Yes.
He's back as a camp body on the low.
Excellent.
Really low wallet share deal. Jalen Jones, cornerback. The other Jalen.
How old is he?
He can't be more than 28 years old. He's probably 26. And going to be 15 Jalen Joneses. Oh, okay, just two. He's 27 years old.
We could either resign him or let him walk in free agency. Is that correct?
We can do either.
I would let him walk in free agency
You're gonna let him walk. All right.
because he is not a wait before he is not a bigger guy. He is a smaller corner and he does not back up the slot. Correct?
He definitely doesn't do the slot, but he is a super viable backup corner. Like he honestly, to be honest, all of these, the majority of these corners are solid. Jalen Jones, Terrell Smith. Who else is back there? Both of those guys are solid backup corners. Up to you if you want to re-sign them or not, though.
Well, I would re-sign Jalen Jones as he will not be expensive, and it is good to have a little consistency. And he is a good player, and also on these special teams as well. So it is nice to have some depth where we are not creating the voids where they are not necessary.
Perfect. I'm signing these guys on the low, cheapity cheap, and they're all taking it. I love it. Another guy you mentioned was Colin Johnson. What do you think for Colin Johnson? 2-year term, I assume.
Whatever the going rate for the fair, but not binding for the team. If we have to release them, that it will hurt our cap situation.
Yeah.
But the going rate for the market.
Okay, so these guys are signing for peanuts right now. Coleman Shelton, he's probably gonna be. Let's try this because I know he balked the last time I tried to sign him. Coleman Shelton, 2 years, $2 million. I'm gonna give him 25% up front. Didn't like it. I'm gonna give him a little more because, like I said, I lost out on the Coleman Shelton sweepstakes last time around. And that will not happen on my watch this time around. Oops. 2.5. We will give you a 30% bump. And he took
Look
it.
at that beautiful mushroom.
Oh. Damn. All cheesy.
There is a fungus among us. The cheesy mushroom.
And there it goes. You mentioned Mr. Bill Murray. Did you want to keep Bill Murray or let him go?
I would like to keep Bill Murray.
He's keeping Bill Murray. I love it. We're going to go a little bit lower with Bill Murray from this, and he takes it. Wow, these guys are coming through like it ain't no thing. Okay, so other guys to note, we've got Adrian Colbert, safety. Any wish to re-sign Adrian Colbert? I don't think he saw any playing time this season. He's a guy with the
not at this time. Not at this time.
All right, he was a guy with the
and I can say that and not even messed up.
Okay, all right, I'm with. well done. What about Amir Speed? Here's another DB that I don't think saw too much time on the roads there on the grass.
Just for the minimum deal for the depth as they are.
Okay, let's. I'm a shortchange the homie. I'm bringing it down to 9.5 because like who gives a rat's ass? I'm gonna give you a 1-year contract. You're gonna hate this. Didn't like it. Give you something a little bit more, and you're gonna like it. 1-year contract, 15. You love this, don't you? Oh, you don't love it. Fine. Yeah. Want to sign Amir Speed for 2 years?
That is fine.
That is fine. All right. Let's leave it at 2 years.
That is fine.
1 million. Oh, he rejected it. Really? Fine. I'll give you a little bit more up front, bro. No. Really, Amir
Okay, he can go in. Well, we do not chase none of these holes.
Yeah, man. I love it. So Byron Cowart.
Offensive line depth. Yes.
No,
Whatever.
defensive line.
Defensive line depth. Whatever the minimum going rate is for free agents. Yes, bring him back, please.
Okay, let's give him 1.2, 15%. He took it. Carl Jones Jr., edge rusher. You know what? Like, yeah. He didn't see the light of day either.
Does he fit the physical size that the Dennis Allen defensive coordinator likes?
I wouldn't think so. I don't know much about Carl Jones Jr. to be frank with you. There's about 3 other edge rushers we're going to get to that are closer to that size and length. So,
well, he can go.
Okay, all right. Chris Glazer, I don't know who that is. He's a guard. I'm just saying the name because he's here.
Just because of the roster positions and the need for depth, just bring him back because we are not signing and drafting that deep. So bring him back to fill that spot.
I'm gonna push back at you here because we're about to go into free agency, and I guarantee you're gonna get a guard.
Oh, okay. He can go.
There you go. Chris Williams, interior defensive line, a little bit of a depth there too. Now,
yes. Now he's not that old or expensive, correct?
I don't think. I'm sure I could get him for peanuts. And the one thing I will say is neither one of these guys really held down the fort when Billings went down. So again, I'm sure we'll be looking at defensive line talent as well. We did keep Cowart. My thoughts is either you keep.
Well,
both.
This guy can go. Then he can go.
Okay, so Chris Williams goes. All right. Daniel Hardy.
Some Bear Truth 9 wants to get a cap update from you.
81 mil, BT9. 81 mil.
All right.
So we're doing okay.
I like the activity of Hardy on the special teams and his fire and desire.
I'm so with you. I really like the way Daniel Hardy played thus far.
Hey, you got a nugget from Bear Truth 9, Trips. Bear Truth 9 says, Trip, don't let Kids McCaskey tell you what to do.
So that's a running name right now. Kids McCaskey, I'm with you. As much as I've cussed these people out, they're my family. We family, bro. We family. So let's give this man 15 up front, see if he takes it. He took it. Boom, Daniel Hardy. Here we go. Darrell Taylor on the edge as well.
No, he can't go.
Okay. We talked about Darrington Evans. We left him alone. DeAndre Carter, you said to get rid of DeAndre, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Douglas Coleman, safety.
Just for the depth, so we do not have to get that deep into the weeds. So a mental going rate depth contract.
Are you? Before I do that, before I negotiate that, we are going to look at Hicks in a minute here too. Oh no, we aren't. Where's Elijah Hicks?
Elijah Hicks, I believe he is not still under his rookie contract, correct?
Somehow Elijah Hicks is not on this list, so there's that. I guess he's already a free agent. Fine. So we can re-sign your guy if that's what you're saying. So where's the homie? Where are you at, bruh?
Well, no. How much would it be, and how old is this young man?
Douglas Coleman 3. I couldn't tell you, but we're gonna find out. We gonna see.
And his height and weight?
I don't get height weight. He's 26 years old. Unfortunately, maybe. No
would he be expensive to resign? If he is requiring a lot of money, no. But if it is a decent amount, we can bring him back for the competition, as well as I do remember him not playing, so that does not really jar my memory.
Rejected, really. But that's what you're really making. So there's that.
You said this is the safety, correct?
Yeah. I'll give him 6.
The free or the box?
Couldn't tell you. Never seen him play.
Okay, he can go.
Okay. Jack Sanborn.
I would like to re-sign the Jackhammer.
Okay. We're going to give Jack 1.3, a little bit up front. He liked it. He took it. We're good. Jacob Martin on the edge.
He can be set free.
No more Jacob Martin. Jake Curhan on the offensive tackle. Always tough sledding getting rid of those guys on the old line, but I wouldn't.
It is hard to try and replace the entire offensive line in the one-off season with the $80 million in the draft picks. We can go a long way for that, but we still will need some depth, and so we will bring him, the Curhan, back at whatever the minimum contract length and amount is going rate for the depth pieces.
Jake Curhan. Let's try 1.1, 2 years, 10%. Didn't like it. We'll give you something a little bit better than that, Jake.
And is he a guard or is he a tackle?
He's a tackle. 1.2, 15% up front. He loved it. Keeping everything pretty low wallet share here. Obviously, the cap space is coming down, but we're still 77. We're still ahead of where we were when we started. This is all so far coming out of the restructured money. So we're doing okay. Yeah, like I think you have no interest in him. Keenan Allen, you said to let go. Larry Borum, let go. Mercedes Lewis, let go. Simba Webster.
He is a try-hard guy who is a depth piece. Bring him back for a mental deal.
Okay. These guys love this little chintzy ass deal I'm putting together, so I love it. Little decision to make. So we've got like 40. Patrick Scales is like my age, basically. We've also got Scott Daly, who came in and replaced him last season at the long snapper position. Who do you want to go with? Me or Scott Daly?
I would prefer to neither.
You'd prefer neither. You want to go into the long snapper market after all this?
The other guy is too old, and the other guy was not that good. Is that correct? The Daly, was he not good?
He's a long snapper.
Were there any? I do not remember any issues. So he got the ball to the holder. So let's bring the Daly back.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought would happen. We're gonna re-sign Daly, and we're gonna sign you for nothing. You should get about $600,000. He didn't like me for that one. He's pissed off. All right, fine. $1.1. No, I'm gonna give you 1.1. You can't be making as much as a bloody everybody else. Like, you can't be. 2 years, 20%. Oh, didn't like it. Scott Daly's playing hardball. Fine. Get the same deal everybody else gets. Yeah, and he took it. All right. Guess that's just the deal. Devarius Moore, safety.
What is his age?
Let's find out. $28.
Let him go.
Okay. Got three, basically just a couple more guys to go through. So you mentioned Travis Homer earlier. Did you want to re-sign Travis Homer or let him go?
Let him go.
Travis Homer's gone. Theo Benedict, the Canadian Eagle.
We do not know what he could be since he went out injury. So bring him back with the minimal deal just for the depth piece.
Man, sit your ass down.
He got no love for the Canadian Eagles. Basically what that rounds out to. Boom, he took the bare minimum. Last but not least, probably the most important depth piece here. Tevin Jenkins, I believe you said let him go.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Okay, cool. So
let the Tevin go.
Bye-bye, Tevs. Ricky Stromberg, center.
Bring him back for the minimum deal. See if he can develop into a player and stay healthy.
Perfect. He straight up took the minimum deal. We still way ahead. We got an extra $13 million to talk about. A lot of players gone. The last player to talk about is Samari Toure.
Bring him back for the minimum deal as well.
Oh, yeah? Okay. No. You think you...
That is the wide receiver, correct?
You got it. All right, $100,000 did the job. Cool. So I'm just going to go through who we're cutting right now, and then we'll move on to the next phase. Actually, this was pretty quick. There's one guy that I didn't talk about, and he's one of my favorite players on this team, or he's become one of my favorite players. Underdog all day long, and that's Amen Agbogbamiga. Any love for the linebacker?
Man, sit your ass down.
See?
Yes, I would also like to. Does he need to be re-signed or restructured? But I would like to bring him back for another year because he was active when he got in on defense, and he was also very active and saw his name a lot on these special teams.
See, no man, he's with me. Oh, Eamon wants some money. Eamon, what the hell, bro? You must have heard me. Give me props between me and Triple R. But we're gonna raise this here.
I do not know if Triple R has played your little game before here, but as Chef Trips, this is the first time I have done this.
This is correct. Sorry, Chef. Sorry. 25? Not for 3 years, though. Damn, Eamon. You really trying to squeeze a brother here. Everybody else signed up for 1.2. You think you special. Whoa, you really rejecting everything, left, right, and center. So last time I'm going to try for you, Eamon. Otherwise, we'll go find another linebacker. No, all right. Sorry.
We will let him go. That is fine. We will find another linebacker.
Final player to talk about that I skipped over earlier on. That player's name is Austin Reed. He's been brought back to the practice squad. He'll be a practice squad QB for us. Not so certain he'll last to the 53, but do you want to sign him to any level of a deal? Or do you want to let him go?
I would like to. Would Austin Reed, would his traits be the kind of quarterback that the Ben Johnson would utilize in his offense?
I don't know. Because, look who Ben Johnson's quarterback was.
Yes.
He says yes.
He throws the ball on time. He's perfect for what Ben Johnson wants to do.
Then let's re-sign him to the deal that would bring him back.
Okay, he took peanuts to come back 1 year. All right. Cool. So officially we're basically letting go Travis Homer, Tevin Jenkins, Devarius Moore, Stephen Carlson, Like I ignored some of these guys because I'm. Do you want to bring back Steven Carlson?
Offensive lineman?
Tight end.
Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Didn't think so. Patrick Scales, Mercedes Lewis, Larry Borum, Keenan Allen, Jordan Murray, tight end. Don't know who he is. Never seen him on the field before. Joel Wilson, tight end, same as the other guy. Jamry Chroma is one guy that I did not speak of on the edge. Any interest in retaining him?
Is he? Does he fit the size that the Dennis Allen likes?
I would think so.
Yes.
What do you think? Yeah.
All right, then bring him back for the small contract as well.
Let's see if he takes nothing. Okay. Yeah, all right. So we retain Jamry for next to nothing. Jacob Martin's going. Gerald Everett's going. Douglas Coleman was trying to stiff arm us for a bunch of money. DeAndre Carter, you said to cut. Darrington Evans, you said cut. Darrell Taylor, you said cut. Chris Williams, you said cut. Chris Glazer, you said cut. Carl Jones Jr., we couldn't figure out who he was on the edge either. You said cut. Amen Agbogbamiga, who, again, we both have lots of love for, unfortunately. He feels like he's worth a whole bunch of money. Such is life. Amir Speed and Adrian Colbert have been cut as well. Does that sound fine? This leaves us with $70 million cap space, still basically $10 million over what we had when we started.
That sounds good.
Fantastic. We move forward. Forward is the movements. So we got a good list, good look at all the teams and what they've done to retain this, their players and what have you. I'm just going to scroll through this list because it's the only way I can get to the continue. But I'm going to slow down when I see New Orleans. Oops. I'm also going to slow down for Kansas City because I want to see if they re-sign Trey Smith. Franchise tag. Smart. Okay. So Trey Smith will not be an available commodity this time around. He's been tagged. New Orleans, I want to see if the homie Chase Young is involved. He's not involved, so I think Chase Young will be on the docket. Yes, comes to mind. Okay. Looks good. And we proceed. So now we're right into free agency. We can sign whoever the hell we want. Just to give you a round out look at the actual full team that you've created thus far before free agency. Caleb Williams, Austin Reed, Tyson Bagent at the quarterback position, DeAndre Swift, Roshan Johnson, Ian Wheeler at the running back position, wide receivers, DJ Moore, Romo Dunze, Colin Johnson, Simba Webster on the low, Tyler Scott as well, Samari Toure, John Jackson. We've got Cole Kmet at tight end, nobody else at the tight end position. Darnell Wright at offensive tackle, Braxton Jones at offensive tackle, Kieran Amagaji at offensive tackle, Jake Curran, Theo Benedict. Then we move on to offensive guard, Ryan Bates, Matt Pryor, who's swing, Bill Murray as well, Coleman Shelton, Doug Kramer, and Ricky Stromberg are all available at the center position. DeMarcus Walker, interior defensive line, Andrew Billings, Javon Dexter, Zach Pickens, Byron Cowart, Jonathan Ford. At the edge, Montez Sweat, Daniel Hardy, Dom Robinson. How he managed to slip through all this, I don't know, because I would have cut his ass. Austin Booker, Jamry Chroma, Tremaine Edmonds at linebacker, TJ Edwards at linebacker, Noah Sewell, Jack Sanborn at linebacker. Moving on to cornerback, Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, Tyreek Stevenson, Jalen Jones, Josh Blackwell, Terrell Smith. Safety, we're looking at Kevin Byard, Jaquan Brisker, Jonathan Owens, Elijah Hicks, Scott Daly at long snapper, Cairo Santos at kicker, and Torrey Taylor, 4th round pick, punter. All right, so that's your team thus far. Obviously, again, we know we have some holes on this team, and we can start to look at the free agency market to fill them. Where would you like to start, sir?
Let's look at the The running backs, free agent running backs, are looking for somebody who is young, low mileage, and a battering ram, and not been hurt.
I think he might have got hurt, but I think you just basically. I'm gonna go through this list real quick, but I think you're talking about Jordan Mason. So the list looks like this thus far. J.K. Dobbins at the top of the running back market. I don't particularly lean towards the J.K. Dobbins at all. I wouldn't spend money, but that's on you. Aaron Jones is next up. We're very familiar with Aaron Jones. He runs us to death. He catches crossing routes on the Chicago Bears. Have been doing it for 2 different teams now. You can probably get him at a decent deal because he's getting a little bit up in age. Then we got Raheem Mostert. Decent back all around. I'm not so sure if he fits the bill that you're looking for, although Jordan Mason does. Battering ram, tough as nails. He's like I did bring up David Montgomery earlier on. He's kind of David Montgomery-esque. Moves those feet, keeps the feet moving. All right.
And what is his age?
He's a young man, bro. He's young, and I will tell you. So he's playing for San Francisco. He's probably 25. He's okay. He's 25. Exactly what.
Yeah, I would like to sign him.
Okay. All right. We'll make an offer for Jordan Mason, but before we do, we will continue down this list just to see if anybody else tickles your fancy. DJ Dallas, Miles Sanders, Amir Abdullah, Chase Edmonds, Dalvin Cook, Ezekiel Elliott, Kareem Hunt, Mike Boone, Nick Chubb. That might be an interesting conversation to be had.
I do not want anybody who would be expensive, as this would be a depth position piece. I do not want anybody who has coming off of injury or is looking to be yes, I want to be the starter. We do not need that. We need somebody who can come in and be the lightning when the necessary is lightning for the goal line or the short yardage to get the first downs, and is somewhat athletic. So we can also still draft somebody later, so he won't be that expensive. So the Mason guy is fine.
Okay. So real quick comment. Bear Truth 9 says, just remember, Trips, on how much money we already got tied up in the RB room.
That's a good.
We only are paying Swift, and then Roshan is under his rookie deal, and then Wheeler is not that expensive. How much are we paying in the running back room?
We're basically paying for one real running back, right?
This guy would not be that expensive, though, would he?
I highly doubt it. We'll see what I can get him for. So right now, with all 3 running backs, we're paying $8 million a season. Not crazy, right?
Yeah, so, that is acceptable.
Okay. Anybody else jump out here? Just looking at this list. Dameon Pierce, although he was hurt sometime last year. That's like the only other name that jumps out to me. All right, so let's get to signing the big homie, Jordan Mason. Let's offer you. Watch. Fuck, he'll take. No, oh, wow. I'm surprised he rejected it. I'm going to go $3 million with a 40% bump up front for 3 years. And he took it. All right. Got ourselves a little Jordan Mason love. Okay.
Now we will address further running backs in the draft and UDFAs. So let's move to the tight end, where currently we have only the co-commits. So what are the free agent tight ends that would fit the system of the offensive coordinator Ben Johnson's that are available for free agents?
So we'll start with the big homie Noah Fant. I think he might be the best target. He will be the most expensive target in the list, mind you.
No, thank you. He is also like 30 years old.
I was gonna say he's probably between 29 and 30. You're right. Right following up is Tyler Conklin. After that is the man we just cut in Gerald Everett. Foster Moreau. Not a bad look. Austin Hooper. Harrison Bryant. Oh, I think I see the guy you're probably going to lean towards. Zach Ertz, who's, I believe, 34 years old. I think a good look might be Mo Alley Cox.
He was with the Colts, correct?
I think he was with the Colts.
I like his game. He uses his body well to box out the smaller defenders.
He's also 31 years old. I really thought he was younger than that, to be frank with you.
Next.
So Noah Fant is 27. Just put that out there as well. Farrell Brown.
Well, how much would while you go through that list, I also want to think how much the Mo Alley Cox would cost. But go ahead and keep looking for other that would fit those parameters.
Market value for Mo Alley Cox. It looks like he'll make about $2 million. So I might
keep going down the list. $2 million. That is stored in my brain now.
That's not bad. Hayden Hurst. Anybody else jump out? Mercedes Lewis, obviously we cut him. Michael Pruitt. Oh, Albert Okwuegbunam. I'm butchering the last name, but he's actually pretty good too, and he's probably pretty young. Another name that just jumped out is Anthony Ferkser. Both of these guys are decent tight ends.
Now, where the African young man? Where did he come from? Where did he play football before?
He was also on the Colts. He's the Colts' other one. He's the younger one, 26 years old.
And the second guy that you mentioned.
The second young man was Anthony Ferkser. And let's take a peek at what Anthony Ferkser is all about. Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, he's almost 30 years old. I wouldn't spend the money on him, to be honest with you.
Well, so far, I like the one from the Colts. Actually, the two from the Colts, but the younger one first.
The younger one first. Okay. Yeah, everybody else in this list is kind of table stakes, I'll be honest with you. So let's do what you're asking. You're singing Go Get Africa. So you know what? Let's just give you what you're worth, Doc. Let's give you what you're worth. $2 million, 2 years. I'll give you 20% up front, and you're going to bloody well take it. He liked it. So there you got yourself another tight end.
Beautiful. Now for the remaining positions, we will look to the later rounds or the UDFAs of the draft.
You ain't doing nothing else in free agency? You got $65 million.
Well, are there other tight ends available? Well, I did not want to get the older guys. I wanted to have someone who would be here for a year or two more to grow and develop with the Caleb Williams and the Cole Kmet to figure out the positions, instead of getting a older type guy to come in and be a position holder.
Cheap.
I want to look for more of the up and comers as opposed to the has-beens.
One more time, there, Nomad.
His cheap ass. He cheap.
That's what I thought he was going to say. That's what I thought you said. Yeah. No, listen, you need to spend some money, Doc. You need to get your shit. You got $65 million to spend. Let's blow some cash, baby.
Okay, let's come back around. let's go to the other
Let's look at
position
that
groups.
offensive line, and let's fix up that offensive line with that $65 million. You got
Okay, before we get there, let's wide receivers.
All right. Okay. So let's go check out the WRs. So here's what I'm going to tell you. So we cut Keenan Allen. There's some top end wide receivers here. You are paying DJ Moore big money. You just drafted at number 9. So you got your two, your two wide receivers set up. We've got Tyler Scott, Simba Webster, Colin Johnson, and Samari Toure and John Jackson. Two of which
What we are looking for would be somebody who can be versatile. They can go the outside and in the slot. They are not very old, and they would not require a top name or a contract. So not depth, but above a depth piece, but below the top shelf in that area.
All right. So I'm going to go down this list, and I think I hear what you're saying. Like Chris Godwin is at the top of the list. He'll probably cost the most. I believe he's about 28 years old. I don't think he fits the bill of what you just described. Keenan Allen doesn't either. Amari Cooper probably does, but again, we're talking $20 million for an Amari Cooper. DeAndre Hopkins, again, you're looking at $20+ million for D-Hop. Marquise Brown, maybe we can get him a little bit cheaper. I think he does fit the bill. He's also a little bit younger. So I think that's a guy we may want to look at. Tyler Lockett fits the bill for what you're saying, except he's too old. All right, he's versatile, definitely can play in the slot. Brandon Cooks, he's a 1,000-yard receiver no matter where he plays. He's also probably about 31, maybe 32 years old at this point. Khalif Raymond might fit the bill. He's young. Kendrick Bourne, I wouldn't. He's more of a outside threat. Deontay Johnson, same thing. He's more of a possession receiver. He's been traded about 5 times this season. Really hasn't done anything. Demarcus Robinson might fit the bill. A little bit younger. Cordero Patterson, we know what he's about. Don't really think.
How old is Raymond?
Khalif Raymond? Oops.
That's a logical choice.
It is. There's a few more. So he's a little bit older than one would think. So he's 30 years old. I didn't realize that either. All right, back to the list.
How tall is he?
I don't have height and weight.
Okay. No worries. The keep going then.
Okay. So Elijah Moore might fit that bill across the board. He might be a little bit more pricey, just a little bit pricey, but he might fit the bill across the board. He's definitely a guy who would work in the slot. I'd say he's probably good for 700-800 yards a season. Smaller guy, I believe he's probably around 27 years old, if I'm guessing correctly. Let's see. Might be younger than that. Only 24. So he's coming from the Browns. Out of the Browns wide receivers, obviously Jerry Jeudy was the guy last year, but the guy who wasn't the guy was Elijah Moore. So there's that. I think he might fit the bill. Who else we got? Josh Reynolds might fit the bill. He's a taller wide receiver. Mac Hollins might fit a different bill, and Nomad was all over Mac Hollins. Mac Hollins is just rocked up, right? So if you're ever thinking about, using
that is the barefoot fella, right?
The barefoot fella. You got it, sir. You got it. So Mac Hollins.
He is impressive. He is toughness on the field, but his I do not like his lack of the speed.
Okay, I thought you were going to say lack of shoes. All right, let's continue on. So,
well, maybe if he wore more shoes, he would have more speed.
This is possible. I agree. Zay Jones, not Zay Flowers, Zay Jones. Everybody's favorite former Chicago Bear, Allen Robinson. does not fit the bill from what you just described, not by age, speed, or versatility.
Tell me more about the young guy from the Browns.
Elijah Moore. Like I suppose the best thing I could call him is like if Jalen Johnson was a wide receiver. He's small, shifty. He's faster than a Jalen Johnson would ever be. Definitely can play the slot. Generally plays it. Has been playing it for years. I wish I could. Let me take a look at Elijah Moore. I believe he played.
You said he wasn't. Was he 30 or was he the 24, 25?
24 years old. 24 years old. Played for the Jets. Drafted by the Jets. He's a top draft pick, but was injured year one. Year two was Zach Will. He was basically the guy. He was a wide receiver that was supposed to be paired with Zach Wilson, and that just did not work out. Now he's in Cleveland. The quarterback situation in Cleveland is completely in flux and has been for 3 years. He's not a bad look at all in this scenario. I kind of have to say.
Has he, other than the first year, he's been relatively healthy?
Outside of year one, there's no list of any injury, but year one he was definitely injured in some capacity. Yes.
Okay, well let's bring him in for a 2-3 year deal, whatever the going rate is for wherever his market is.
Okay, let's try this. Didn't like it. Let's try a little something different. We will give you 3 and 35. Took it. Okay. All right, that didn't cost us a lot of money for as far as wide receiver is concerned. Really didn't.
Okay, now let's look at the offensive tackles.
OT, here we go. Starting right at the top, there's some really good tackles here, bro. So, excuse me, Cam Robinson right at the tippy top gonna cost you a couple of bucks, but it'll make sure that position is square. But there's a few other guys here that will do this very similar thing at a little bit less money.
How old is Robinson?
I don't know. We're gonna find out. I believe he's 28 years old, but we're gonna see.
Now he also has some injury issues, correct?
29 years old, injured in year one. His draft season, 2022, has not been injured since.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. He is a bit of a pricey prospect, though. That's a tippy top. Right underneath him is Alaric Johnson, or Alaric, tomato. Alaric Jackson, my bad. Underneath that is Andrew Wiley, who is old as the hills. Alaric Jackson is, I believe, about 26. Yeah, he's 26 years old. Not a bad look there. Morgan Moses under Andrew Wiley. Morgan Moses, a bit less sure. Yeah, a little bit less sure. He's 33 years old. I probably wouldn't suggest it.
If you're looking at the available free agents, the offensive coach, the rushers, said that they look for more players who are very good at the pass protection, as it is easier to teach how to run block. So if we use those principles, and for the players that would fit the offensive coordinator of Ben Johnson's offense, and are going into their second contract, not the third contract, because they would be too old and too expensive, and have not had any major health histories. That's what we are looking for the shopping list.
Okay. I think this might. He's a little bit long in the tooth. What about Trent Brown? Oh, so much for that injury situation. There's that. Yeah, now we're getting out into the weeds. DJ Humphries, Jermaine Ifedi, Jason Peters. Yeah, we're getting out into the weeds now. So let's try and go back up. And Tyron Smith is probably the last name worth.
F capital T. Soft.
Who's soft?
It sounds like the available offensive tackles are soft.
He gotten to the point in his career. He used to be a tough motherfucker, but now he's just at that point in his career, he's too injury prone, man.
You're talking Tyron Smith?
Yeah, he's soft now.
Yeah, okay. That does make a bit of sense, and this man probably just about as soft as he's only 30, Andrew Wiley. They say he's old as the hills. He's younger than Tyron Smith. Hell, he just helped these guys go pretty deep in the playoffs. No real history of injury.
Is this his first contract outside of his rookie deal? So his second contract?
That's kind of how it looks. It doesn't look like he played for anybody else.
And how old is he again?
He's 30. He's 30. He's 30 years old right now, turning 31 in August.
And was he a starter or was he depth?
He's a starter.
How much would he
my
cost?
bad. Whoa. He was a starter. I think he might have got bumped out with Nomad, help me out here, man. Who was Caleb Williams' O-line guy? Olufashanu? Was it Olufashanu?
About the starter?
Yeah.
Talking about when last time he was at that's Monahan. Jonah Monahan, I think.
No, over in Washington?
He said Caleb Williams.
I know. I'm thinking that the kid they drafted might have bumped out Andrew Wiley as a starter.
No,
they drafted a tackle. I swore it was it's Fashanu or
it ain't Olu.
It's not Olu. What's his name, man? Damn it. I don't think it's Olu. Yes, Olu. Yeah. Bear Truth 9 is
man, you might want to double check that. I don't know.
So basically, you're looking at these three guys at tackle: Cam Robinson, Alaric Jackson, Andrew Wiley, and they're all in and around 30 years old. I think Alaric is the youngest of the three.
Olu is with the Jets.
Olu's with the Jets.
Yeah.
Who was the kid that they got to play O-line? Anyways, all right. Yeah. So I think Alaric Jackson is probably your best target at left tackle.
And how much would he cost?
Market value is pretty steep, 16 mil. But you want to make sure that situation is square.
But now he's the one that you were saying lost the starting job to the rookie?
No, he's going to get money.
So this is he's experienced starter?
Yeah. He's been holding it down for Matt Stafford, more or less. I believe, like he's won a Super Bowl with them.
So the Rams?
Yeah.
Okay, sign him, please.
Yeah.
By the way, I hope everybody is enjoying the content tonight. We are 3 hours and 44 minutes strong. We don't do content every day, and we don't have to. We give it to you
for a deal.
And this is what you want. You want to be thorough. You want to see the whole picture and have it painted for you and give opinions about it. This is what you want. Hit that damn like button. And if you're somewhere watching the show and you got something to say and you want to chat and speak your mind about what's going on the show, hit the subscribe button and come on in and enjoy the content, man. Come on. We're looking for you.
We just got Alaric Jackson for a steal, man. We got him for $8 million. We just saw his market value at 16. So 3 years.
Beautiful.
3 years, $8 million. That's fantastic news. We've still got $54 million to spend in free agency. Let's stop talking about these tackles and maybe look at a guard and or center. Heck,
Okay, let's start with the guards.
Guards: Ben Bredson, Breedson, Bredesen, whatever. Tevin Jenkins is the third guard in the list, which kind of kills me. Connor McGovern's a little bit lower down. Good old Dan Feeney. Lucas Patrick's on this list. Laken Tomlinson. Brady Christensen. There's some names here, but most
don't forget a couple of the guys are listed as tackles that are playing guard, like Mekhi Becton and people like that.
There's no Mekhi Becton this time around. We got a much better list of offensive linemen than Chef Tripp is getting. I really got to say, most of the guys that we were looking at, don't matter. Okay. So
Mr. Charles is making a point here that he says, I just want it to make sense. We have 7 or 8 tackles now.
Yeah, but only like we need to have a little bit of depth. We need to have a left and a right starter. So there they are. Swing, Karan's development. These two guys. This guy's an undrafted rookie, and Jake Curhan is really the only true depth on the team besides Karan. So there's that. By the way, our offensive line was an absolute sieve last year too. So I think we're doing a great job. It also means that he doesn't have to focus on this particular area in the draft. He can divert his eyes and look somewhere else, like potentially guard, because we don't really have much to go on with the guard situation. So if we look at the guards we've got, and like I kind of have to say, we got 3 decent guards left over. Bill Murray was great until he got hurt. He was. Matt Pryor, great, as well as a swing tackle. Ryan Bates was great until he got hurt, right? So we've got some decent depth there at the guard position, but I still think we need to backfill it because we've lost Tevin and we've lost Nate Davis too. So the only guys who are potentially an upgrade from Tevin Jenkins here is Aaron Banks. Let's take a peek at Aaron Banks and get an idea as to what his age is. 27 years old, San Francisco. Well, what I can tell you, San Francisco's had a pretty decent line, haven't they? Uh-oh. Here's why they're letting him go. He was injured. Knee issue.
No, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look at Ben Bredesen. Tomato. Ben Bredesen. 25 years old. I know absolutely nothing about this young man to talk about. All I can say is that, so he was a rookie. I'm slightly interested now, actually. So he was a rookie with the Baltimore Ravens, played 3 years with them, and eventually signed after his rookie contract to the Buccaneers to protect Baker Mayfield. So he'd be a low wallet share guard to put on the team, and he's also relatively young.
Maybe take a look at Kevin Zeitler from Detroit.
He's not available, dog.
Not there. Okay.
Not this time.
Look at some of the tackles. Maybe they're listed the wrong way.
How much would this last player cost?
I think I can get him for peanuts. I'll be honest here. I think I can probably get him for like I'll offer him $2 million. I bet he takes it. I might be able to get him for 1.5. I'll go with 2 years. Oh, he didn't take the 2, but he'll take a 3. We should cut him later on.
As he will not be very expensive. He's been relatively healthy, and we need bodies for the depth on the line, and he has some experience. So If we can get him for a decent price, that will be nice.
He's fighting it. I'll give you a little bit more oomph. I'll give you up to $3 million.
What was his projected?
That's a good question. So he hasn't really made that much money thus far. His regular, okay, fair enough. So his last cap hit was $3 million. So I'm gonna offer him 3 here in a minute. Market value, they're gonna give him a $1.1 million market value. Look at that. So he's really milking it right now. Average salary $3 million. I'm gonna offer him $3 million.
3.1 mil.
All right.
Put a little bit of gravy on that meat.
There's that gravy, man. Extra sauce worked, bro. Extra sauce worked. So you got yourself a guard. Where do you want to go next?
Let's look at centers.
Okay, so we've got Kramer, Stromberg, and Coleman in the cut. As far as the center market is concerned, the only ones you should be interested in are these top 3: Ryan Kelly, Josh Myers, Evan Brown. I believe 2 out of 3 of these guys are super old. So let's figure this out. Evan Brown is Arizona. He's young, 28. Not a bad look. Josh Myers. I don't think any of these guys are better than Shelton, with the slight exception of Ryan Kelly. Center market is tough. If you got a good center, you know what I mean? You're keeping your good center. 26 years old, Josh Myers, coming out of Green Bay. Interesting. Damn. He's just you might have to offer this guy money.
Has he been healthy?
No injuries in sight. Rookie year 2021. He's basically been protecting Jordan Love these last 3 years and 1 year with Aaron Rodgers. So I think this kid's been doing a great job.
Well, let's bring him in and put him into the fold and let him compete.
I love it. All right, so we're gonna get ourselves a little bit of center love here. Let's offer the center. Actually, let me do this here. See if I can get market value. I can. $7.7 million for the center. That's great money. I don't really want to spend that on you though. Let's see what your average salary's been. Average salary 1.3. All right. So let's do something like this. Let's give you $2 million for 4 years. 40% up front. Didn't like it. Okay.
Front load the contract and they'll take it.
One more time. Offered you 2. I'm going to go with 3. And we're going to, actually, no, you're right. Let's go back to 2 and front load it. Fuck it. 50%. No? All right, we're going to give him the whole kit then. Go up 500. Oops. $2.5. Oops. 4 years. It's a $10 million contract up front. I don't really want to do that. Continue to go 50%. No.
He is starting quality, correct?
He's been starting for Jordan Love. He's been starting for both these guys to the level that they're paying him. So I'm kind of in.
Just guarantee his contract. He'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna try this one more time. Fully guaranteed, $2 million a year, 4-year contract. I'll take a hit on this, but I think he didn't like it. Did not like it.
They don't make the counter offers, or you don't know what they want?
You got to just bump up his salary a little bit.
I do.
Why are you lowballing everybody, Kets?
Because I'm a jerk.
Cheat?
I'm a jerk. Call it what you will. 3.5. This pushes him way up, though. That's 3.5.
But if he's a starting center, the value going rate is 4 or 5 million per year. So whatever it costs, that is okay because we are also in a position where we have a little money to spend, and it is not a huge overpay.
Kids, we need center. Pay the man. Pay the man.
Right.
Quit being a ding-a-ling.
Fine. Hate it. This gonna cost us.
But it is still not an overpay, correct?
It. Let's get the value.
No, it is not. You cannot overpay for center.
7.7
That's
average
not bad.
salary.
You get up into 10 million plus, then you overpay.
I'm offering this guy half the money he's been making. I'm a total asshole. All right, fine. We'll pay this man. We'll pay the man correctly. All right, we're gonna go with $7 million, 4-year contract, 10%. He took it. Boom. All right, love it. Still a deal in my perspective. We still got $44 million to talk about. Got ourselves a linchpin offensive tackle, a linchpin guard, a linchpin center. There's a couple more positions to talk about. First one being edge rusher, I'm pretty sure, unless you want to go to interior offensive line.
I thought we completed the interior offensive line.
Sorry, interior defensive line. My bad. You're right. You're correct.
Let's start inside out, please. So let's start with the interior.
All right. So inside, there are a couple of guys to talk about. Nomad and I wound up going with Roy Robertson Harris, bringing him back to Chicago. You got a couple more guys to talk about here. There's Sheldon Rankins, BJ Hill, Javon Kinlaw, and I suppose the last one to really consider might be Jaron Reed's good too. Jaron Reed or Raekwon Davis. I think those are sort of the top few guys out there. So let's take a look at Sheldon Rankins to start.
Well, the parameters would be similar to before, where this would be their first contract after their rookie deal. So that will keep the age down and no big injury history. And yes, those parameters, looking at those and the scheme fits.
Okay, well, Sheldon's probably not your guy. He's a little bit older. He's 30 years old. No real injury history, but he's been all over the NFL. Definitely not on his second contract. I believe on his third, if not fourth. He was a free agent last season. Free agent and moved over to the Texans last season. BJ Hill, 29 years old, going to be a similar story. He was in New York 2018 to 2021. Moved over to Cincinnati, a couple of good years in Cincinnati, and then he was let go at 30 years old. Let to walk. Who's next? Certain Mr. Kinlaw, I think, might be a good look. He's performed
from the 49ers. He could not stay healthy.
That might be an issue. He's healthy, bro. No note of injury.
And how old is he?
27.
Is he very expensive?
It doesn't look like it at all. Oh, wait a minute. So the 49ers had him for 3 years, which is weirdly not here. Sorry, that's before. That's his rookie. Okay. So he was drafted high, relatively high-paid rookie, and came out of it kind of making nothing for the Jets, and the Jets are letting him go. I bet you I can get a good deal on Javon Kinlaw.
Yes, please.
Okay. I bet you I can get a better deal on Javon than I got on Roy Robertson Harris last time around. Let us see. So let's try $2 million. 3 years is fine, but 30% up front. No.
I can tell you that is the cheeses of our tree meat, 4 cheese queso's dip is very creamy on the surfaces of the vegetables or the meats, and it is very flavorful and very delicious. So you really must try this dip with your own customized meats, vegetables, and cheeses.
You ever seen the commercial? 5 minutes from now.
It is what it is. And then you can play a fun game if you have a partner, and then you can clam bake them and go, what flavors cheeses did I use, honey? And then
All
they
right.
have to identify which cheeses you were from the smell of your clam bakes.
All right. So he's starting to cost a little bit of money, and I think you might want to look at an edge rusher before you spend this kind of money on an interior guy. That's just my
So
thought.
he's wanting like starter type money.
Yeah, he is. We're really getting into starter money. I'm offering him $5 million. I thought I could get him I thought I could get him around $5 million, but he's balking on it. Yeah.
What is his projected? I mean, what is he? Are you lowballing him too?
I might be. I don't get a real
Yeah,
sometimes I get a market value for him. Like
that's
for the
what's taking
players.
so long because kid's cheap as fuck, just like you, Trip.
Well, what was he making last contract?
Okay, so he was on a 1-year contract for like $8 million.
Okay, well, go on down the list. Are there any other potential defensive tackles who could have the versatility to step out on the edge if necessary? Not necessarily a starter, but somebody who could start if necessary.
Like Raekwon Davis might fit the bill. Couple of years in okay. Like very similar situation. What did he make last year?
By the way, I do believe Sheldon Rankins has a New Orleans background. I think.
Was he on the list? Did you see him?
He's got to be on the D tackle list.
He ain't.
Sheldon Rankins?
I'm looking.
I know Sheldon Rankins got to be on there.
No, just remember this is like, kind of is what it is. These guys can re-sign whoever they want, and away we go. It's not real life, but in real life, they can still re-sign any of these guys if they wanted to re-sign them.
So, who would you consider the best of the run stoppers who can get pressure if necessary that are available in the free agency for the interior defensive line?
Can we pick the? Forget it.
You asking me or him?
Both of you.
Both.
I think the former Bear and Sheldon Rankins, if he's there, is the best bet.
Yeah, I don't see.
What's his name? What's his name? The former Bear,
Roy Robinson Harris.
That's the best bet. He's very versatile. He can give you some edge help too.
And how old is he?
I'm gonna guess
Probably
about
30.
I think he's a little bit younger than that. I think he's 28. Maybe I'm wrong, but we're gonna find out here in a minute.
And would he be expensive?
He's been getting paid.
It costs you a little bit, but he's worth it.
He's been playing well. How old is the homie now? 31. We're getting up there in age, though.
He's worth it.
That's who we took at the IDL position.
Hey, Trips, you want
And how much would he be the contract?
You know,
Because I do not want to expend a lot of monies for somebody who is that old, as this team is more than just one player away to put us over the top. If that was the case, then I would not mind going for an older player with a more expensive price tag. But we are not in that position as a team right now, so it does not seem prudent to be signing anybody who is 30 or more to expensive contracts, as that does not seem prudent.
Well, I'll just say this. Then I'll shut up because I think Roy Robinson Harris is the best bet here. And I think that was one of the bigger mistakes that happened since Eberflus got here, was letting that guy get out the building.
I think he was gone with pace. I think.
Okay, whoever let him go.
Does he get a good pressure on the quarterback from his interior position?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He played very well here, sort of as an Akeem Hicks replacement when Akeem went out. It was basically him and Mario Edwards rotating. He then went to play in Jacksonville and really did well in Jacksonville, earned a big contract with them, and left at the end of that contract to go and play for Seattle. Played pretty well in Seattle too, but real talk, we're talking about $7 million for Roy Robertson Harris at 31 years old per year.
Pay that man, Trips.
And there are no other options on the interior that are available?
There might be. Poona Ford. I didn't see Poona Ford. 29 years old, a little bit younger.
Well, what I think what you're looking for is you're looking for a 3-tech and a nose guard to make sure that rotation is thick enough. And so that's your 3-tech right there, and the edge rusher combined.
Is he the pretty much the only option there?
No, there's other guys.
Chase Young.
Well, we haven't gotten to the edge yet, and that's why I was saying you probably, we're getting into the two positions where you're probably going to have to spend good capital, and I would probably suggest you look at the edge first before you make a big decision on spending money on Roy Robb. Know what I'm saying?
Okay, as it does look like the interior defensive line is kind of suspect, then let's now look at the edge players.
So before we go do that, Solomon Thomas might not be a bad look either.
Also, by the way, just so we know, we're talking about Jaguars defensive line, and we just got a Jaguars defensive line coach. So you know.
All right, so let's look at the edge. Excuse me. Somehow. Oh, my bad. Every time I see DeMarcus, I think DeMarcus Lawrence and DeMarcus Walker are the same thing. Dang. So I'm just going to throw some names at you here, and you can, we can make some determinations, because I think this is your opportunity to really shore up this edge position. We're going to start with Josh Sweat, so we get all just sweat all over that line, just mad sweat, extra sweat. That can be done. Von Miller getting long in the tooth, but my boy's still fast as all stink. He is. He's fast. He's powerful. Knows what he's doing. But you're talking like $20 million a year for like a 32, 33-year-old guy.
And how old and how much would Josh Sweat be?
Betting the farm Josh Sweat ain't any older than 29 years old. I think he's 27. 27.
And how much is he expected to make?
Market value, 20 mil, 18.8. So there's Josh Sweat. Big money for Josh, but definitely worth it. Another name to look at from, I believe, the exact same line as Hassan Reddick. He's also available here today. Hassan Reddick. He's going to ask for about the same. Oh, wrong line. He's in. I forgot he got traded to the Jets and didn't want to play for the Jets. I got a market value. Market value. We're about the same. Oh, okay. Well, a little bit less. That's because he's a little bit older. So 30 years old for Hassan Reddick. $11 million to sign him. We go down to like DeMarcus Lawrence is 34. So I'm like, you'll fit the bill, but I think he's a little bit outside of the range of age that you've been looking for. And then there's everybody's
defensive guy, man. Y'all wanna take a little advice?
Sure.
If you want. I think Edge, in my opinion, Trips, I think Chase Young, just because he just came off of the stint with the Saints, and me looking at the research, man, I think he's perfect for that. I think you go with Roy Robinson Harris after that, and then you fill in the rest of the pieces with whatever remaining money you got.
And how much is Chase Young cost?
He's gonna be around 10 million.
I think we got him for $11 million when we attempted to sign him. Market value right now is saying 17.5. He's 25 years old. He's super young, has experience with obviously Montez Sweat on the other side. It may work out very well.
How many sacks did he have last season?
He had a decent amount of sacks. Let me see if I got stats. 2024, 6 sacks. 2023, 8 sacks. Right, like he at least somebody's getting to the quarterback. You know what I mean? That much I can sort of tell you. So he's not a bad look. My guy Bear Truth 9 is not with it, but you know, if we're not looking at him,
because we can't make trades and make the move for the Cincinnati edge rusher, or we can't make a move for Micah Parsons or Myles Garrett. This is what you can do under the circumstances, right?
Yeah.
This is what you can do.
Yeah. So there's also Matthew Judon, Charles Omenihu, Preston Smith. These are all names of guys that I know will get to the quarterback.
How old is Judon?
Matthew Judon's probably 28 years old.
I tell you, the other guy that I would lean towards, and that's because he can give you inside and outside help, like Dennis Allen likes, is Preston Smith from Green Bay. That is it.
Ooh. So both Preston Smith and Matthew Judon are 32 years old. Just to put that out there, and they will command, you know, at least $10 million a year salary. Both of them. Each.
And which one? Wait, 30. Oh, hell no. Not very much on this market.
Not much, but I think your two real legitimate options are Josh Sweat at the tippy top with large money, or Chase Young a little bit further down with a little bit less money.
How many sacks did the Sweat have?
Let's find out.
And he's also going to cost about $8 million more, though.
Josh Sweat gets the job done, man. So 8 sacks, 7 sacks, 11 sacks, 8 sacks, 6 sacks, 4 sacks in his quasi-rookie season. He wasn't starting in 2018, but he started in 2019. So yeah. Well, okay. Again, about 50% of the snaps that he had in 2019 versus 2024 at 622 snaps and 8 sacks.
And his health has been okay?
Injuries. Wrist and an ankle injury in 2020 and 2018. There's nothing Doesn't sound like anything serious or long term.
And how much would it take us to get him?
Just under 20 mil.
And how much cap do we have?
We have enough cap to afford this. We have $44 million in cap left.
Let's bring in Mr. Sweat.
Okay.
You have to give him 20 million, kids.
Take it easy.
You are?
You're just throwing money all over the yard, bro.
Yeah, he coming off a Super Bowl, motherfucker. I'm telling you.
You might be right. There you go. See?
What you get him for? What you get him?
14, bro. You gotta hustle, bro. You gotta be a hustler.
That is a very good deal.
You're gonna get stolen on too.
By who? Who's stealing on what? Ain't nobody stealing on me. I'm wheeling and dealing.
He gonna bust you dead in your shit.
His name should be Kid Sting because we need a Jew.
Wow. Yeah, the Nomad Network does not support everything that comes out of Coach.
Yeah, he on his own.
All right.
We need a Jew to save.
I would accept Ken Steen though. That's actually super fun. So we're good in the linebacker department. We're good in the cornerback department. You could look. So you could look at a safety, but I think maybe we should go back to interior defensive line and finish that up. We got $30 million left over.
Okay, let's go with the Robertson Harris.
This whole thing is dangerous. We got two cheap motherfuckers that don't want to pay nobody, trying to work out deals. We in trouble.
Dude, you would have blown this whole wad on one player already. It was the difference between you and me. Look at what we got now. I still got $22 million.
Cheap.
I still got $22 million. I got myself a
and we ain't even drafted. We almost 5 hours into it. We ain't even drafted.
But now, don't we have a starting edge? We have a rotational defensive tackle. We have a starting left tackle, left guard, and center. And then a rotational running back and a rotational wide receiver, as well as tight end. Is that correct?
You are very correct, sir. I think
so. We are able to have quite a few starters at many different positions who are not overly old, who are not overly expensive, who can still grow with this offense and this young players and coaching staff. We are cat friendly. And we have guys who have a history of staying healthy.
Man, sit your ass down.
You got it, bro. I think it looks perfect. We could go looking at a couple more things here. The first thing I would suggest is maybe a safety. I don't know if I wouldn't suggest you get a tippy top safety, but if a Quandre Diggs is around, he's gone.
If we still have the Brisker, who is still questionable because of his concussion, even though he's healthy, but that is reoccurring, re-aggravating injury very easily. And then we have the Owens. Do not call him Mr. Miles. And then Kevin Byard, he was good, so he's still under the contract. And then Hicks, we don't know if we still have him or not, so we would need to replace him. But then with the Colbert gone, so we want to go into the later round or the UDFA for the safety to pick up, unless there is a good free agent who could step in and be a starter if necessary, but not necessarily that we need to come in and pay him to start.
Here's what I would do, and let's just see if this works. I know you old as dirt. Good God. Okay, forget that.
Are there any desirable options
I'm
that
just
we are
gonna
looking at?
Nomad, any of these safeties jump out to you worth a conversation?
Resign Kevin Byard, man.
He's signed. There's no way we would let him go under any pretense.
If you want to get another safety, you go get Josh Simmons if that's what you want to do.
Justin Simmons?
Oh yeah, Justin Simmons. I know. The guy at the top ain't gonna go nowhere. Justin Reed.
How old is Simmons?
31. No, don't need no money. You're saying he's not going to go nowhere? What do you mean? He's already cut.
Go ahead and sign him then. Those are the best two safeties.
Okay, let's see if he's worth our time.
Wait, how old is he then?
27. Coming out of the Kansas City Chiefs. What's your market value? Good God. Yeah, maybe we just ignore that.
No, we don't need any free agent safeties.
Okay, all right. So no safeties. Long snapper, fullback, kicker, punter, anything along those lines? I doubt it.
Is there anything that is desirable at the long snapper?
Really? I couldn't tell you if you asked me, though.
Okay, then let's keep it moving.
I mean, I don't know any of these guys. All right. Anything else you want to look at? We can still grab maybe another wide receiver, or we can move and complete the offseason.
Complete the offseason.
Dunsville. Complete free agency. Boom. Free agency has been completed. We are downloading the link, and we are going to move directly into the draft. There it is.
What are our trade back offers for the 10th round pick?
We're about to find that out. Let's see. So the world whipped through the first few picks, and all the guys that I mentioned before are gone. First trade offers from Minnesota. Pick number 24, pick number 97, a 2026 second, and a 2026 third.
No.
Yeah. Next offers from Green Bay. Pick 23, pick 54, and a Green Bay 2026 second. Not bad. Better than the Minnesota offer. Ooh, these offers are raw. Super crazy. Okay, so Dallas has offered us pick number 12, which just means we go back 2 picks, and their second rounder from 2026. So going back 2 picks, we can likely score a little bit more capital at 12 as well. I think that might be your best bet for 2 reasons. First one is FGB. That's reason number 1. This is actually the better, but FGB we can try to scoop up again. And this Minnesota offer is kind of just raw.
Let's go with the Dallas offer.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Move back to Dallas. What's wrong?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So this is kind of what I was hoping we would see. So we got a second rounder from Dallas. The Chargers are offering us a 22nd pick, the 55th pick, and a 4th rounder next year for the 12th pick.
That's it?
That's the only offer that's up for the 12th pick right now.
What's the offer again?
Oops. The 22nd pick, the 55th pick in the second round, and a 2026 4th rounder.
Tell them what's on the board.
I'm about
let's go with that.
You sure? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now let's look at the scheme fits that are between the offensive line, the tackle, the guard, the center, not the center, not yet, but the edge and the interior defensive line.
Okay. There's some very interesting trade offers here, but I'm going to skip them and give you tell you
Well,
what's
no,
up.
go ahead. What are the offers? What are the offers?
Okay. So the first offer is from Buffalo, pick 30 and pick 56. So that would give you another 2 second round picks. So you would just load it up. Well, pick 30 is just before the second round, but you'd just be loading up at the end of the first and the second. You'd have, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 picks in the second round. Cleveland, pick 33, a little bit further back, pick 67, and a 4th. I would lean towards the Buffalo if we're doing something. Then there's San Francisco, pick 43, 75, and 99. That's 3 picks in the first round, plus their second rounder next year. Pretty crazy little offers.
Let's go with that one with the I think it was Buffalo that you said.
Yep. You sure? Do you want to
Wait,
hear what's on?
yeah, say what was it again? Now, there was more picks and it was only moving back 8 spots, correct?
Yep. So it's what you get is you get pick 30, pick 56 for pick 22 and for pick 149. I must have missed that. So we would lose 1 pick later in the game, but gain pick 30 and pick 56 smack in the sweet spot. Now the Cleveland is similar. So it's more like 11 spots back to pick 33. We don't give up a pick. Pick 67 comes with that. So we gain another second rounder. And Cleveland gives us their 4th for next year. The last one again is San Francisco, pick 43, pick 75, pick 99, and a second rounder next year for pick 22 and pick 149.
So the most capital is the last one, but you have to move further back, obviously, to 43.
You got it.
But then to move 11 spaces back, we're only picking up another in the number 50s.
We pick so 2 spaces to 11 spaces back to pick 33. With Cleveland, you get pick 67 and a 2026 4th rounder. But before I'll leave you with that. Are you sure you don't want to hear what's on the board?
What pick are we at right now?
Right now we're at pick 22, and there's a couple of
Okay, what's where were you? This is where we are scheduled to pick now, and what is our next pick after this one?
Good question. Next pick after this one is pick number 39.
And then after that?
So we've got 39, 41, 55, 72, and 149 all under the top 150.
Okay, and so now what are the top picks that are scheme fits for the position groups I said before?
Okay, so starting with offensive tackle, we've got Kelvin Banks Jr. Nomad, you might want to jump in. Oh, there you are. Let me know what you think of Kelvin Banks Jr., Josh Simmons, and Tyleek Williams.
Look at Edge Rusher now.
There's no edge to talk about. First edge is Mike Green.
Just go to DE.
First edge is Mike Green.
Just go there. Just go there for me. Okay, Mike Green, Shamar Stewart, Landon Jackson is probably a better value here because I think you can get a high quality tackle in a pick or so. I think that's your best quality right here, right now.
Well, where is they projected to be picked?
Yeah, that's where he's wrong. So I agree with you that Landon Jackson is probably the
don't get this board twisted. You know what I mean?
No, where is he project? Why are you talking?
exactly.
I'm be quiet then.
So there's
Where best available that he said to Landon Jackson? Where are we now, and where is he scheduled to be projected?
So we're at pick 22. We've got pick 39, 41, and 55. He is projected at 45. So odds are we can get him with either pick 39 or pick 41. And that's why I'm saying don't reach and go get Landon Jackson now. I understand the value and I believe he's good, and I agree, but I wouldn't get him now. If there's tackles on the board available, you probably want to look at tackle or DT. I like Tyleik Williams. I think Tyleik Williams is great. We did definitely address the defensive tackle position in free agency as well. It's kind of shored up with Roy Robinson Harris. But again, I will bug you at some point to really look at this defensive tackle market.
So is the where we are at now the best available for the offensive line, the defensive line, the trenches? Who are the best available for where we are at that is not a reach?
So not a reach. Calvin Banks, we're winning. 6'4", 324-pound offensive tackle.
Is he a scheme fit, Nomad?
Yep.
Is he a dog?
Nope.
Who is the first on the list that is a fit and a dog that are in the trenches?
For where you want to pick at, Tyleik Williams.
No love for Josh Simmons?
Nah.
No. Or
and now, so what is his position?
DT.
And where is he projected, and where are we?
So he's 6 picks back. I wouldn't argue with this. Tyleik Williams is really good. Walter Nolan is also really good. He's a little bit smaller. So Walter Nolan is probably your more 3-tech than run stopper. Whereas Tyleik at 327 is probably a 3-tech, but could probably do a little bit more run stopping too.
And he's the best available even for the offensive lineman?
Yeah.
What about Armin Membo?
He's better. Look, if you want to get your money's worth at this spot, Tyleik Williams is the best player.
Well, then let's go with the defensive interior alignment of him.
Okay. Boom. Tyleik Williams has been drafted to the Chicago Bears at pick 22. We're now moving on to pick 39. We've been offered a trade. I wouldn't take this for any reason. Pick 86, 124, a second rounder, and a third rounder next year from the Chargers for pick 39. No. Okay. So so guys on the board then. We've got Colston Loveland at tight end.
Let's focus on the offensive line.
Don't do it, kids. Don't do it.
Look, he's available on the board. I'm just reading the board. Can I read the board?
So for where we are picking right now, who are the best available offensive linemen that are scheme fits and dogs?
Go to the offensive lineman, kids.
So where do you want to start here? So closest one would be Wyatt Millam, guard.
No. Go to the tackles, bro.
Tackles a little bit further back at pick 50, starting with Ariante Ursary.
Well, right now, I'm just going to tell you what I know. Right now, I think the center is probably the best pick right now. Probably a center or a guard.
And who are the center and the guards for where we're at right now that are scheme fits and are dogs that are next that we can pick now? That would not be a reach.
Jared Wilson is probably the best center on the board.
So best center on the board is Jared Wilson, but he's projected at pick 111. We were at pick 39. So you can likely pick him up anywhere in between picks 41, 55, and 72 if interested.
All right. Who is not a reach right now that is on the board that would fit those parameters?
Probably
Who
Donovan.
is BPA for where we're at that fits those parameters?
Probably Donovan Jackson. He can play guard or tackle.
So Donovan Jackson is listed at pick 54. Again, we could probably pick him up in a selection or two. Tate Ratledge is good, but Donovan's better.
You making it. See, here's the problem, kid. You're making it like, okay, just because you see somebody ranked at a certain position, 1, 2, or 3, that's how good that
Well,
player.
then,
That's
No,
not.
it's not what I'm saying. That's why you're taking it backwards. I'm not saying that at all. You may believe that they're better. I'm fully agreeing with you. And in that respect, I also know I can likely get them in a pick or two.
You probably could, man, but you got to get the best player.
so for the best player available now would be the interior offensive lineman, correct?
Probably that, either that or defense, another D tackle. Right now,
Let's go with the offensive lineman because we signed the free agent in defensive tackle, and then we drafted one already. So now let's address the other side. And let's take the best guy available. I believe you said he was a center or / guard or both.
At Jared Wilson, you're saying? At
I'd
111?
take Marcus Bowe here.
You would take Marcus Bowe?
Mm-hmm.
The offensive lineman that is not a reach and a scheme fit and is a dog.
Yep, Marcus Bowe.
Take him, please. And what position is that?
He's tackle guard. He can play center too.
So he's versatile offensive lineman. Okay. All right. What is our next pick?
Okay. Marcus Mbo has been picked up at pick number 39. We're now at pick 41. And a couple of offers have been made.
Everybody's trying to get Donovan Jackson right now.
Trying to get who?
Donovan Jackson at edge rusher.
Well, let's be real here. This is where we should pick up an edge rusher. For sure.
He's there. That's where you better pick.
And who are the available edge rushers where we are at now?
Landon Jackson, I mean, not Donovan.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were talking about. So all three of the edges that one would be interested in are available. They may also fall to 55. Let's go through the list.
Get your best player, man. You're gonna make it too long.
Well,
man.
what is the best player available on the board now?
Landon Jackson.
Landon Jackson.
And at what position?
At the edge.
And is he a scheme fit?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Then draft his ass.
All right. Landon Jackson is a Chicago Bear at pick 41.
This draft is going good so far.
Pick 55 for pick 97 at Minnesota. Sorry, Minnesota. I don't think we want to do that.
I think now you might want to look at running back and then go back later on in the draft at your interior line.
Well, what are we looking at the best players available as far as offensive linemen versus the running backs?
Running back is the best value right here. You get a high end running back right here. You got Caleb Johnson still on the board from Iowa. Just look at your running backs, kids.
So I'm gonna do both. So we got one defensive tackle on the that we
Walter
drafted.
Nolan is there. You might want to get him.
That's what I'm trying to say. So Walter Nolan is a steal here at pick. He is listed at 29. He's fallen a little bit. You might want to look at that. Deion Walker's also pretty good too. JT,
you got to explain no more.
Walker
is a steal right here.
Get the one that is that fell. That is the better value.
Walter Nolan.
Okay. So we're going to select Walter Nolan at pick 55.
I cannot argue with that. That's a great move.
It's a good pick. And guess what just happened? So the Carolina Panthers are looking. Oh, you know why? Because these two guys just moved back. We'll lose both of them if we take that trade. That's exactly what's up.
You might.
So,
by the way, Trish, before he mentions this, you might get a real steal at a solid ass left.
Oh boy, but Trayvon's still there.
You know what I mean?
Well, we shall see. What's the holdup?
or a running back.
All right, so Carolina is offering us to move back two positions. To pick 74, they're giving us a pick 141 as well, and we're giving up a 6th rounder in 2026. So that gives us one more pick in this draft, one less 6th-round pick in next draft, only to move back 2 positions. Not a bad little maneuver. The other offer is not really worth having a conversation about, but here's why. So the why is that 2 really good players have dropped. First one being Caleb Johnson, running back from Iowa. Pretty solid running back. Next player to have dropped is JT Tuimaloa. I butchered it. Anyhow, JT's a really good edge rusher, that I can say. Partnering him or putting him in a rotation with Landon Jackson, Chase Young, and Montez Sweat would be a monstrous little situation. And
we did not sign Chase Young. We got Josh Young. Josh Sweat.
Josh Sweat. My bad. It's all Sweat on the line. All Sweat on the line. That's right.
So to trade back 2 places? The 2 places are the 2 players that you mentioned. Are they the best players available on the board totally?
These are the 2 top players on the board. Yeah. They're likely trading up for one of these 2 players. We may also lose the next one too. Now,
in other words, your D line is going to be a problem.
Well, our D line is probably a problem right now. Like I'll also say that
serious ass problem. You get this motherfucker.
So the value that we are being offered in the trade, where is that pick again?
So the trade is 2 picks behind where we are. It's likely going to leave us in a situation where we select.
Before you explain that, let me explain. You might be in a position to trade Montez Sweat now. Once you get JT.
But then we can do all that on this?
No. I'm just talking about once you put him on the roster. Now you can entertain, options. Now you got fucking Landon Jackson and JT Tuimaloa on the other side. Yeah, you can trade Montez Sweat, bro. Straight up.
Now, what are they offering? Where is the next pick that they're offering for that trade?
So we're at pick 72. That would be pick 74. They're also giving us pick 141 for a 6th-round pick.
So that gives us a pick, man. I gotta speed this up so I can get up out of here.
So the trade is for a 4th rounder or 3rd rounder. Where's 172?
141 is for 5th rounder.
How far are we from our next pick from the one now?
We are at we're far away.
72.
Yeah. Okay, well, if it is between the running back and the defensive end of JT, which one would be the better value? And who later in the draft can we get a edge or a running back better?
This is the question of the day. So
I'd say get your edge. You can get a great running back, but you got to look at all the running backs right now, kids.
Yeah, he can't get a great running back. So here's where we're at, and just given where we picked. So 72 and 149. These 2 running backs are key, I think.
All right, wait. These aren't running backs, man.
Say what now?
They're not running backs. Look at running backs specifically.
I am. What are you talking about?
You got receivers and Ted Johnson and shit in here.
Oh, my bad. Oh, there you go. There we go. Sorry, I was on offense as opposed to just running.
Definitely your edge rusher, that other edge rusher, or another D tackle. Edge rusher is probably it.
Well, we can't do another D tackle.
I know we can't, but I'm just saying that's probably the best value. I haven't been through this.
Okay, shit. Thank you for sharing. Now to keep the ball moving, we will take the JT.
We're going to take the edge. You're going to miss out on a running back.
Just take the edge, kids, like he said.
Edge is being taken.
You starting to act like Chris now.
Boom. I'm just cluing them in. So now all those guys are gone. As far as
now you got to get your tackle. Now you got to get your solid left tackle. Or your running back, whichever one you want. I would say
we get a left tackle. Didn't we get Marcus Embo?
Marcus Bo is I think he can play either one of them, but he's
Where are we picking at now?
We are now at pick 149.
And what is the BPA? What are those numbers looking like?
Best player available is an edge rusher. Fadil Diggs, we just picked an edge rusher. Running back, Kyle.
Nope.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm saying. Raheem Sanders, anything by way of running back?
Sanders, he's okay. Not good.
Rashard Smith ain't bad.
Probably the best value. And then you might be able to get probably get the Bashard Smith. That's your speed back, because you did spend some money on a heavy duty back in Jordan Mason. So get your speed.
With the Smith, would that be a big reach from where we are?
No. He's actually listed at 149. We're picking at 149. So he's right.
He's a dog.
Then let's take that.
Boom. Rashard Smith. We're moving on to pick 204. We got 3 picks towards the end of this round.
I think you got to get there's a good left tackle here somewhere.
What's the BPAs looking like as far as the tackles and the positions?
Don't pay no attention to that shit.
Dalton Cooper is your best BPA tackle. Seth McLaughlin is the third offensive center listed.
Did we get a center yet?
No, we did not.
Probably need to get Seth then.
So Seth might be a good look. Tackles. Anybody jump out to you, Nomad?
At the tackle?
Yeah.
Carson Vincent.
Oh, Carson Wilson is actually pretty good, but we can get him way later.
Hold up. Slow down. Go down a little bit more. Hold up. Go back up. You're moving too fast, kids. Jalen Rivers would be a great tackle from Miami.
Okay. So I guess there's 2 little options at tackle with the next selection. That's sort of my thoughts. Which
one is more of the dog?
Jalen Rivers.
Is he a reach for where we are now?
Yes.
Well,
then we will take.
Yes.
Take him.
He's a reach.
You got to remember, man. We trying to execute here, man. Get the guy, man.
Just get him. We can take him, and then what is the next running back?
Trip. Kids is cheap, and he's trying to worry about where we can get him at.
Oh my!
Worry about that. I'm talking about because when it's done, kids, I'm trying
to get the man a center. Do you want a center?
When it's done, you got to live with this draft result.
Well, are the centers higher ranked than the running backs?
Yes, well, there's no running back.
Get him a center then.
Oh, your boy Marks is right here too.
Come on, get him a center. You just said you was gonna get him a center.
Well, the center is the best player available. The next there is
center there.
Woody Marks is there as well. As far as the running back. We just got your running back with Rashard Smith a minute ago.
So then get the center.
Okay. Well, center is done, and we'll get you the same. Like guaranteed, we're gonna get you the same. There's your Carson Vincent right there.
Go ahead and take him.
There's your tackle.
Take him.
Done.
That's crazy. You got him. Now you want to get a guard, a solid ass guard, a sure enough lockdown guard, or a safety.
Didn't we get that guard earlier?
You did. Now that you looking back that we got the center, you definitely got Marcus Bo.
So on the board now, are there any safeties that would stand out at this area?
Got to get Jaquan Briscoe's replacement. There's some great safeties on here.
Oh, well, we can take Dion's kid. I don't know.
Keep going. I'll tell you what the better ones are. Ooh, Miles Scott, Illinois.
And safety?
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, take him.
Oh. And that's your draft, sir. All right.
All right, break it on down for us, please, Mr. Cadstein.
All right. Mr. Kedstein says you got yourself at the 22nd pick in the draft after a decent little trade. Tyleek Williams. At the pick number 39, Chicago Bears select Marcus Embo. Pick 41, you selected edge rusher Landon Jackson. 55, the Bears selected Walter Nolan, defensive tackle. 72, another edge rusher. Now this edge rotation is ridiculous. Big old JT Tuimoloau. One of these days I'll pronounce this correctly. Pick number 49, you got yourself a running back in Brashard Smith. Decent little shifty running back. Pick number 204, Seth McLaughlin, offensive center. Pick 235, Carson Vincent, offensive tackle. And pick 242, Miles Scott, safety, Illinois. Rounding things out, you also scored yourself a 2026 second rounder from Dallas and a 2026 fourth rounder from the Los Angeles Chargers.
So you got 9 picks and 2 picks in the pick in the second round next year and a fourth rounder next year. So that's not bad. I think JT Tuimoloau, you got to get that guy because he's that good right there. You should have probably got a safety or running back, technically, but you can't pass a guy that good up. So it's a great pick either way it go, and you got the flexibility to be able to let Montez Sweat go in a trade or something like that because you got 2 young edge rushers that can get it done in Dennis Allen's system, man. It's great.
Oh, for sure. I would have taken a running back. I'll tell you that right now. But JT's dope. JT's generally my target with these mock drafts. I'm looking for JT. Having him fall this far is crazy talk. Like I got to put that out there too. But I would have went with either Caleb Johnson, who they're talking about the Bears taking a look at as of late, or I would have went with Travion Henderson. I like Travion. I think he's a fantastic running back. But you got yourself a running back with the next pick either way, and this guy's pretty darn good, being Brashad Smith. So I like what you did here, Triple R. You did a pretty good. Oh, sorry, Chef Trip. You know what I mean? You did a pretty good job, man. You did a pretty good job. Carson Vincent is a pretty solid tackle to get late in the draft. I'm sure his stock will rise in some capacity. The only person I'm like slightly questioning is the Seth McLaughlin pick. I really hope that Seth, the other 2 centers in this draft besides Jonah Williams start to creep their stock up a little bit over the course of the next few months. I'd like to see this center draft become a little bit better than it is right now, but we'll see.
Out of these draft picks, how many would be battling as starters?
Number 1, Tyleek Williams is going to be a starter. Number 1. Number 2, Landon Jackson is going to be a starter.
He could be. Well, like even if neither one of these guys start at the edge, just as rotation, it's worth your while. Right. Plus, you let go of a bunch of edge rushers. Right. You let go of Darrell Taylor, Jacob Martin, and somebody else. I'm blanking out, but yeah.
Tyleek, I think Tyleek comes in here right away. You got to remember we got Billings, and so he's going to play nose tackle. This is basically what you just did. You just shored up the run with him. If you can bring that down, but I think Landon Jackson is going to get on the field early. Walter Nolan is going to challenge Javon Dexter. JT Tuimoloau, it's going to be basically you're going to decide right away whether you want to trade Montez Sweat. And Montez Sweat going to probably want to get up out of there if we got that guy or both of these guys. Brashard Smith, he's going to wait for his touches. Seth McLaughlin is going to actually challenge for a starting job. He's going to challenge. I don't know if he's going to get it, but he's going to challenge. Carson Vincent can challenge for a starting left tackle role. No question about that. Miles Scott, depending on what goes on in camp with Jaquan Brisker, could challenge for a damn starting role as strong safety. With Jaquan's health, I think it's a solid draft.
Well, very good. And then we at the additions and the free agency. and we still have cap money, and we filled a lot of positions and got a lot of depth with the draft. I think this was a very successful offseason.
Hey, kids, did you download that?
I downloaded both of them. We've also still got $22 million in cap space to go sign Trey Smith or some kind of shit. So there's that.
But you said he had the franchise tag.
He did have a franchise. I'm just being facetious because Nomad's saying we cheap. But there's $22 million still sitting around that we can do a little bit of damage with as well.
All right. How about this, man? Let's take that down. Let's have a roundabout because we've been on here for pushing 5 hours now. And my girlfriend gonna slap the dog shit out of me. And it was fun though, man, because we got the return of chef trips to the Nomad Network. So how you gonna do that, Trips? You gonna do that once a month, or how you gonna do that?
Yes, we can possibly do it once a month. To do the live cooking demonstrations, and then the Supernomaniacs can give suggestions on what to cook that we can do here on the stovetop or in the oven.
I appreciate that, man. This was fun, man, because even though it took 5 hours to do it, it was great to get, I got to enjoy myself a little bit and kind of fall back and let kids and Trips kind of get through their virtues and get together with kids is managing the cap and being that guy, Trey Koizel, I think is his name, that's basically when Ian Cunningham gets up out of there, that guy named Trey is going to be the guy that's managing the cap and making sure everything goes right and making sure you make, good sound moves. But it was great for the first time, and I don't know when I got to fall back and let you guys just be you. And that was great, man. I enjoyed it, man. I really did. But let's get some pleasantries before we get ready to get out of here. And I hope everybody that watched the show and enjoyed the content, hit that like button while you're in here. Or if you've been here and you didn't hit the like button, you come back and watch the show a second time, hit the damn like button. And if you heard the show or were watching the show and you're not a subscriber, hit the damn subscribe button. We need your help. With that being said, let me pass it on to the Canuck for some pleasantries before we get out of here.
Oh, sorry. There's a reason I'm spinning out here. Yo, shout out to Atmos, Bear Truth 9, AC Adam. Thanks for holding it down with us the whole draft. Big old Frank was with us too. Minister Charles Johnson was with us for the better part of the afternoon or evening, if you will. Shout out to you, Minister. Always good to have you, my bro. Shout outs to Revolutionary Gaze as well as It's Crimson You Dig, who was with us for quite some time too from the beginning of the night. I'm sure Crimson's sleeping by now, but shout out either way. Cliff Victoria, always awesome to have you. Cliff was cooking it up for the better part of the show too. Good old Scrolls is telling me to move to the States. Who knows? Maybe we'll get deeper into that stuff. I guess next week. But I'm glad the tariffs are gone already. That was a real short-lived situation. Big shout outs to Paul Rodriguez. Mad love to you, brother. Good to have you kicking it with us as per normal, FFG style. Illinois Jones. Who else we got out there that I'm forgetting about? Marco King, Osama Ben Johnson. That's the best I've ever seen. That's top notch entertainment right there. Derek Guy. The guy was with us today, man. Always good to have the guy kicking it with us today. Who else am I missing? Am I missing anybody else? That's the bulk of it, man. Shout outs to King Booker World, as per normal. Hair Bear, as per normal. Crooked Commish, as per normal. I see you out there, Crooked. What's good? Who else we got? Did I say Aunt Moss? If I didn't say Aunt Moss, I'm saying it again. Shout outs to you, sir.
Joseph Archer.
I missed you, Joseph. Big shout outs to you, man. Thanks for coming through. There he is right there. I think no. Okay. Oh, wait. No, that was Joseph. MC Fact or Mick Fact, depending on who you are. Big shout outs to you. Always good to have you, my dude. That just about rounds it out. Big mad respect to the big homie Chef Trips, doing it big. The trip dip is legit. I'm with it. I'm gonna have to chef some of that up for the Super Bowl myself. And shout outs to my guy on the other side of me, for holding it down with us for just about 5 hours, man. Oh, we're like 5 hours at the nose, and there's the trip dip. What do you got to say, Chef?
I would like to thank all of the Supernomaniacs and hope that you try the dip for yourself, and maybe you do yours instead of using the meat from the land. You use the meat from the sea, like the seafood, like the scrimps, or like the lobster, or like the crab, and you do a seafood type dip. So please share with us on how you make the variations for yourself in your own kitchen. And as always, when I put up the video recipes, I have the instructions and the ingredients on the Shade Trips page of the website of Sports Chicago Style. Please be sure to like and subscribe to that channel there. And a shout out to Trip, a shout out to Coach Tripping, and a shout out to Triple R. And to thank to the Nomad and to the Catstein and to the Dude and all of the Super Nomani acts. Thank you very much.
So, Trip, don't forget to let them know that while we were doing the show, amidst all the, you were trying to cook and prepare and trying to get 2 cameras going and trying to keep them functional and get the production part of it right. Make them understand that you could not see everything that we were talking about as far as the draft board, free agency, and you were relying on us to explain to you what we had there. And so basically it was just off trust. So for the people that want to know, why was it so frustrating, and anybody that felt that way about it, make them understand that you could not see and we were your eyes.
Yes, that's why I verbalized early that I cannot see. So I cannot see the comments, and that's why I asked periodically if there were comments. If somebody felt left out, what the fuck is their problem?
Yo, shout outs to Bear Truth Dog. Bear Truth Dog going crazy in the chat trying to give us direction. I normally I'm paying much more attention to the comments, and I try to incorporate the comments into the draft that we're doing. This time around was a little bit tough because first off, it's 2 a.m. on the East Coast. I should be sleeping. Second off, we just wanted to power through, and third off, Trip couldn't see, so I'm paying much more attention to the draft itself to give him the information he needs to actually make the selection. So
Kids deserves way more credit than anybody on the show right now. Trips did a damn good job with the cooking and delivering that part of it and setting that production part of that's great. But Keds was really his eyes and ears and making sure that whatever Trip was thinking was delivered on the screen, giving them advice, giving them anything, man. That was great, man. I appreciate that, man. I know Trips does too. So people know the context of why it happened the way it happened. Keds deserves, he's getting my crown today. He's getting my crown today.
Well, I'll give myself the Iron Mike Sharp pat on the back. I deserve it.
He did. He did.
Very well done. Very well done.
All right. Let me get this off and get us back up here for some closure. Listen, I think that part is the most important part, because what goes on behind the scenes and what we're trying to do here on Some Extra Sauce. Yes, this is the Nomad Network. Yes, we talk about Chicago Bears, and we'll do that to the fullest and give you all kinds of in-depth detail about that. But Some Extra Sauce, the show itself is something that we're trying to stretch out and make sure it has some range. And part of that is Trips, part of that is Kids, part of that is me. And when we come together, man, it's some stuff that happened yesterday when, behind the scenes that was great. It was just us connecting and us feeling each other and putting our whatever we can do into a pot and making it work together. We came up with Trips a logo. We came up with all kinds of different stuff, man. It was great. I just enjoy, that we can integrate our talents and come up with something superior than what everybody else is doing out here in Bears content. And yes, it's young. And yes, we're at the beginning stages of it, and we haven't even scratched the surface. But I'm telling you, where this show is going to go, and where we're going to take it. We're going to continue to turn the screws. We're going to continue to stretch out the margins. I'm telling you, where the show is going, you have no idea. And we're going to put some effort into it to make sure it gets there. I'm talking about, it's going to be a paid content show. It's going to be advertisers, all that kind of stuff that people call commercial. No, we're going to put it on the spot. We're going to put it in a place that only the kind of advertisers that fit into what we do are going to come in here, period. Period. I won't accept just any old advertiser. Fuck that. Not doing it. And I'll consult with these guys, but that's how I feel about what we have together, man. I just want to say that out in the open so that everybody understands how I feel about these two guys right here and what we can do together as a trio. I just feel real good about it, and I can't wait to see what we do in the future. But with that being said, I just want to leave you guys with these famous words and say thank you for being here for us for 5 hours and 6 minutes. Man, this was great. It was good. And, it is what it is. And I hope you guys hit that subscribe button and hope you guys hit that like button. And until next time, I just want to leave you with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, people, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are out.